Hello, hello, Zen friends. I think I'm live. I forgot to get my little pad going here to make sure I was live. And I was like, "Oh, maybe I should turn that on." Hello, hello, everybody. I think we're live here. It's loading up here now. Yes, we are live. Hello, hello, hello. So welcome, everybody. Happy Thursday to you. Can you believe it? The weekend for you, most of you, is not far away. So I'm excited for you. And always excited for what a messages we're going to get from spirit today, what we're going to learn, what we can glean from each other's experiences. So I'm excited. So before we get into all that, though, let's come back to this moment and bring some beautiful energy in and ground ourselves. We'll start off by taking a big deep breath in. If you'd like to join me, hold it for as long as feels comfortable. Slow exhale, coming back to this moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the external world of chaos, into this wonderful place, this bubble of love inside of us, where gratitude and unconditional love and joy and peace reside. So if you want to join me, let's begin there. So here we go. Big deep breath in. Beautiful, beautiful. And then, of course, we love to start with bringing in the singing bowl. We use the vibration and the love energy to just become a bowl, let that beautiful unconditional love energy come in and fill us up and then flow out over to the world. So we let it fill our minds and all our thoughts and to our hearts and all of our emotions, to our physical bodies and all our cells and joints and muscles and everything with our physical body into our spiritual body, into all of our chakras, our meridians, moving out into the auras. And then, like I said, it fills us up and flows out to the outside world. Something we can do to immediately begin to raise our love vibration is gratitude. It's what we're made out of. It's unconditional love and gratitude and joy. That's our natural state. So as we connect with that gratitude for just one little thing that we're grateful for right here, right now, in this world, in this moment, then it begins to raise our love vibration. It opens us up to receive messages from spirit and magnetizes us to open up and receive more of what we're grateful for. So can't hurt to do that. It's a win, 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 win. So I'll start off. I'll hit it 3 times. And remember gratitude. So here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. She's just gonna sing. She's just in a singing mood lately. She just is gonna continue all night if we let her. But we do want to hear other messages from spirit, not just the energy. Or we appreciate all that, but we definitely want to get messages right. So welcome everybody. So happy to have you here. Excited, like I said, to see what messages come through this evening. If you are new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your Bretta Zen, Bretta Z, and we're here to spill the tea from spirit and see what they have for us. If you do want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description area of the video. Um, Basically, readings are first come, first serve for the free readings. They're 1 to 2 cards generally. And if you just put your question out in the chat, we'll go in down in order. And if you don't want to put your business out there or don't know what you want to ask, but you want to hear from spirit, you can ask for a general reading. Spirit knows all. We'll pull cards, see what comes through for you. And what else? What else? Oh, well, if you make a donation, I do honor that energy exchange. I step out of the free readings, dive deeper, meaning we pull more cards for those too. And you get a fortune cookie to round out your donation reading as well. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom of the chat or in the description area of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square if you prefer those ways. And well, I don't have any set dollar amounts, so whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. I know everyone has different income, and the rate of exchange and cost of living is different all across the world. So I know you give what you can, and I do honor and appreciate that. Also, know not everyone can give. Not currently in a position of giving, so I do try to get to free readings every session. 2.5 hours in, if I've not completed any free readings, I'll step away from donations, take about 30 minutes, cover as many free readings as I can, return to finish donations, and generally, I have enough energy and time that I return back and finish out as many free readings as I can as well. So at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I know, very fancy. All you do is click on that timestamp, takes you right to your reading, which is very handy. So, um, yeah, so I think that's the big stuff. Also, every new moon and full moon, I have a giveaway. I do offer personal readings, and I have energetic hedges that I do. If you ever want to procure any of those, all that information is down in the description box of the video. But every new moon and full moon, so about every 2 weeks, I have a giveaway where I give away one 30-minute personal recorded reading. I have a drawing for it. Or if you want to have one of my energetic hedges in lieu of that, you can do that too. But every full moon and new moon, we do have that. And I put out a video every 2 weeks letting you know how you can get into the reading each time. This one is the one coming up next week on March 3rd, which is a lunar eclipse, a full moon in Virgo. And so we talk about that, how to get into the drawing. And usually within 3 to 5, sometimes a week before, depending when the moon is, I do put out a how to make the most of the moon energy video. So tomorrow is when it's due to come out. So be on the lookout for that. If you're subscribed to my channel, make sure your little alarm bell is sent to all notifications. Then you get notified of the giveaways, the winner announcements, these moon energy videos to make the most of the release energy of the full moon and affirmations. And for new moons, it's making the most of your new moon wishes and your new moon intentions. And I zero in and talk about how to make the most of that particular moon's energy because it's usually a different sign. Sometimes it's a repeating sign. We have those every once in a while, but it's generally different. So it has different taste, different tint to it, different flavor. So be sure to check that out to make the most of those because it's very, when we have an eclipse, it's even more expanded and more powerful. So we're right in the middle between a solar eclipse on February 17th and this March 3rd one coming up. So it's a powerful time. Are you guys feeling it? Also, I do have a podcast that I put out every 2 weeks. The next one will be next Thursday. But it's called The Easier Path, and we just put out one last week, Adventure 11, which is Peace Interrupted. And, so we give a little, story, about a situation that I've gone through or someone else has shared with me that they've gone through. We get perspectives of why do the human do what they do, and then from a spiritual perspective, from spirit, what they feel why we go through it, what we can glean from it, and then hints from spirit and how to make it an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you want to catch up, check out the, playlist is down in the description area of the video, and then if you click on my name, it takes you to my channel. At the very top is all the playlists for all of this stuff as well. So, those are the main things there. Wait, Mercury did go into retrograde last night or early this morning, depending on where you're at in the world. It's in Pisces, so in addition to all this eclipse energy, and some of you are feeling that full moon energy already from March 3rd, um, that, this it can make kind of communication like like right now blurred a little bit, harder to communicate, static in between communicating. So rather than leaping to conclusions like, "Oh, why did you say that? You meant this." Inquire and kind of pause, breathe, and ask, "Can I ask what you meant? What does that mean? What are you trying to say?" So that's really cool. And then vivid dreams are even more so. We're in Pisces season, and Pisces is in charge of our dream world. And so we can get that kind of vivid dreams because Mercury is our communicator. So it can be in our mind. So it can come through with very, very vivid dreams. And we can also feel like this drive to revisit some old emotions, old emotional themes, and different things in our life as well. So, but don't fret, it goes direct on March 20th, Mercury does, so that will bring some relief, and then as we're in the post shadow until April 9th, we'll still have a little reflective energy, but it won't feel as intense. It'll be more of us looking back on, "What did I learn from yesterday or this morning all the way through March 20th around my emotions and those emotional themes?" So, be on the lookout for that. We do go into Aries. Mercury goes into Aries on April 14th, which will be an energy of action and speaking our truths a lot with that Aries fire, ignition energy, and impulse to talk about stuff. So this whatever we've been reflecting on during this Pisces season, or the Pisces, I guess it's a Pisces season of Mercury. Well, we're going to talk about it. So, woohoo! Buckle up, everybody. All right. So those are the main things I want to talk about with energies and different things. So, you're welcome. It's like knowing the weather that's out there so you don't go outside and, a bikini and it's 20 below zero outside and you freeze your booty off. It's like, okay, it's going to be cold out. So let me put on something warm, at least layers so you can take things off, right? So, anyway, that's the energy we're dealing with. So, let me bring over our little list here. We'll get up to date here. Let me make sure we've got everything on the emails here. Boom, boom, we do. So let's do some shout outs. I'll get everything updated and we'll head into some readings. So, hello, hello, everybody. We got Brenda Globy in the house. Hey, Brenda, Brenda. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Oops. Back type. There we go. And then we have Ateshi Singh. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on to the free list here as well. Whoops. Just I know keyboards. I know how they work. We got CJ in the house. Hello, hello. Got your free reading. We'll get you added in here. We got Breath of Fresh Air. Welcome, welcome. We always love a breath of fresh air. So glad to have you. Got you on the free list here. And Sarah Taylor, thank you for your donation via the PayPal. I did have that come in here. You are the only donation right now, so you'll be up first and at the top of that list there. We got JoJo from earlier. So, JoJo, if you're here, hello, hello. Got you on the free list. We have Maria M9P. I got you on the free list as well from earlier. So, if you're here, hello, hello. Got Swaroop Bobby as well. So, Got you on the free list here. Good to see you. This was much earlier. You might be asleep. I think you are on the other side of the planet. You're being a good person. Good, 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 and getting some rest. That's not good as a definition, and you know, I've got plenty of insomniac people from the other side of the world that are just as good, right? Moonlight, we got JoJo, we got a ton of people from the other side of the planet, right? And user PC, we got you. You'll be up first for the free readings once we get around to that. And we got Leslie. Hey, Leslie. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Absolutely. We got your reading request here. We'll add you onto the. Oh, we need to make some more space here. Got to the bottom of the little sticky that I use here. All right. So I think we are good to go there. We're going to continue using. Sorry, got a throat lozenge in here. Tarot, the original 1909 circular edition. Really like these cards. And then if you make a donation for your first one, we're going to continue finishing up with these Dream Ritual Oracle. I really love these. Learned so much about dreams as we've been reading these cards for the little Oracle fortune cookies. So I love that. And then for any additional donations that we have there, we've got the Yin Yang Insight Oracle cards that come in. So we will dive into those for any additional donations. All right. And Marissa Smith. Hey, Marissa. Good to see you. Hello, hello. I just saw your donation just came through in Z PayPal. So you'll be up here after Sarah. So good to see you. Hey. So you can pop your question out there. You'll be up next. The list is shallow at this moment, so perfect timing. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Well, let's take a sip first. We always do. We try to do a little cheers, everybody, and thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and so I'm so grateful for that. You're part of the love tsunami. It helps spread the love and helps with the YouTube algorithm that puts my videos and podcasts and stuff out in front of others so that they can also glean from the messages of spirit. So thank you for doing that. It's free to do, which is perfect, right? All right. So let us get started here. Shuffle up here. All right. So Sarah, you're up first. 1822. You are up here. So there is your that is your timestamp there. The year you were born. 6842. The future. Are you from the future? maybe I said something. I just now saw your comment. All right. So Sarah, thank you again for your donation via Z PayPal. So life has gained momentum. Well, I know, right? This is the year. We're in that year of the fire horse. So giddy up. This butterfly is flying. So general reading. What does Spirit want you to know right here? Absolutely. Thank you so much. Oh, 1909. You're so funny. Okay, I get it. Thank you, Leslie. I know it's not as funny when I have to explain it. All right, let's see what we got here, Sarah. What does Spirit want you to know here? Got one card and then two cards. And then three cards. Yeah, so something definitely is building here. 1, 2, 3. And then you jump to 6. So you're jumping some stages here. You're jumping into you jumped over 4 and 5 cards to get to number 6. So that's like you're, vroom, like Dukes of Hazzard style. Did you ever see Dukes of Hazzard? The little horn, dun, 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 and zoom, and they would always jump over things back in the day. Well, that's what you kind of done here. So we'll see what's going on here. You do have the Ace of Cups, the Page of Cups, who's holding the Ace of Cups here. And I like this, energy of a heightened emotion, heightened love. your love vibration has been going up and up and up, and it's like you're moving into even a higher level of self-love, and which is bringing a heightened emotions. I also feel like your empathic gifts have just been like your sensitivity field has, like, really expanded, where you're really picking up a lot from people, but you've also been building your bubble where you're not taking on the emotions, but you're aware of them, but it's different now where they're not, like, on a high volume, you're on a it's more not muffled, but it's at a lower volume where it's more of a whisper than a yelling. So I like that for you because that's such a huge thing when you're able to be around individuals and not be overwhelmed by the emotions around. And that will continue to build and build, and become quieter and quieter as you're going in there as well. So I like that. Yep, observing, not absorbing. I love that. That's a great way to say that. Breath of fresh air. Definitely. Spoken like a true empath. All right, let's see what's building here. So the first card, you have the three of Pentacles, which is about, it's about being true to your authentic self. It's about creating and building. And it does feel like there's individuals that are coming in here for you too, because there is a little bit of energy here around, um, what is the word? What is it when you kind of join together with another channel? It's kind of energy. Collaboration, thank you, whoever sent that to me in my brain. Collaboration, and I love that. You're collaborating, you're, helping other people are helping you, but you're being true to your authentic self, and you're not doing this from a place of defining yourself, which is a change, right? We can still give, but it's why we're giving and the energy behind why we're giving and helping that changes. In the beginning, we do it because we're defining ourselves by, you know, how much I can give and help others defines who I am, right? That's what we're taught, but it's not true. Once we realize that my worth isn't here, then I give because I'm filling up and overflowing. Whereas before I would give until I'm exhausted, continue to give until I'm a bit resentful, right? Now I fill up and I give joyfully without expecting anything in return because I don't give of myself and my sustenance. I give once I'm full, everyone gets the overflow, and so we don't feel that resentment, we don't feel that, less than energy because we're finding out on the inside. And I feel like that's what you found with, you know, the Ace of Cups. Now you're going to a new level with the Page of Cups, which is that kind of a new emotional adventure that you're on. So I really like this. So that's where it's starting. And then you go to two cards, which you have the Knight of Swords and the Eight of Cups. Yeah. So there's been a lot of movement, and you're moving into this. I feel like you're kind of in this, you're like at 2.5. You're in between this 2 and this 3 because you're gaining speed to leap over 4 and 5 and land in whatever the 6 cards are. But you've been leaving behind emotions and people that no longer serve you with the Eight of Cups, headed off into the unknown to something that will feel emotionally fulfilling and like emotional dream come true energy. But you've been gleaning a lot and been on this quest of seeing things from a different perspective, cutting away these thoughts and beliefs about what you're supposed to put up with, with relationships with people and go, well, again, it goes back to that, I have to give and give and give and give until I'm exhausted. That's what I'm supposed to do. No, that's a lie. That's a small T truth rooted in fear. We're taught that from generation to generation until we break that chain. That no, you deserve to be filled up first, then everyone else gets your overflow. Of course, unless it's a child or a baby, that's different. They can't take care of themselves. But if it's an adult or someone that's old enough, then we can, you know make sure that it's like, what is that, like the on the airplane, right? When the little oxygen masks come down, you put it on you first, and then children, and then other adults that are freaking out. And that's the way you're learning here. And I love this is what you have been learning. And you're moving into these three cards next. So you've been doing this other stuff and you've been letting go of relationships that don't serve, really understanding what is from fear and expectations and what is from a higher way of looking at things, from a, rooted in unconditional love and joy and gratitude as well. So I like that. Where you're moving into next, I mean, I feel like it's like you're right around the corner of these three cards. Yeah. Shazam! The Tower card. People and things being removed out of your path for you to make space for those things that are more in alignment with your higher self and where you're wanting to head. So, the tower moments are always for us. There are times where we've asked, creator and spirit, if by this time in my life I haven't moved them on or moved out of this situation, please remove it out of my way because I need that moves to move into my next big stage that I want to learn. What's wonderful, I talk about this every once in a while. You've got one person that's kind of falling over on their back here, like they got blasted out of the tower. This person looks like they leaped out of the tower. This is before the tower, this is as it hits here, right? And what this tells us is that when you're in tune with spirit, you can hear the countdowns for, the tarot, not the tarot, the tower moment, right? 10, 9, 8, and we can leave a situation, we can end something before a tower moment. And if we're listening and in tune, we can hear the countdown and go, "Oh, this is going to end. So do I want the shock therapy of the lightning bolt, or am I going to leap out beforehand?" A lot of us want the shock therapy, and we want it to experience things right up to the moment where it's taken away or moved out of our way. Really, it's not taken away; it's moved out of our way for us. So I like this. This is where you're headed into, and this does have to do let me bring both of these cards up. So with the tower, you do have the 5 of pentacles and the 7 of pentacles. So both of these have a lot to do with the outside world. So I feel like the tower has to do with people physically being moved out and things being physically moved out, anything of the outside world. This is the fear of being left behind, not being enough, not having enough, like the fear of abandonment, right? But the 7 of Pentacles is also once you've seen the fruit of things, you're like, this isn't really matching up what I wanted it to be. So there's this choice of, like leaving a situation that's coming in here. Um, but I like this because whenever we have something suddenly moved out of our life, that 5 of Pentacles can get activated because we've been taught growing up that these things, you know, like relationships with humans, situations, and things define our worth. And so when something gets moved out of our lives, we're like, oh no, my worth is being rattled. And it's like, no, our belief about our worth is being rattled, but it's for us because when anything happens in those three buckets that we've been taught to define ourselves, which is not true. Our worth is we're priceless. Before we come down here as these humans, we're priceless through our entire journey as humans. And once we step out of this physical body and return fully back into our spirit, it is all we're priceless. We're taught though, and we go through this adventure of define yourself by this outside world, and we feel unstable all the time because all those things are unstable, right? We talk about relationships, with humans. Humans change, humans walk away, humans pass away. Temporary, unstable, we define ourselves by those who are unstable, right? Situations never stay the same, things break down, burn up, blow up, stolen, deteriorate, all of those things in the physical world are temporary and unstable. So when we define ourselves by it, we feel unstable. But these tower moment, what you're going through here is realizing all of these things I've been defining myself by in the outside world aren't making me feel fulfilled. They're making and they're shaking. And when, especially when something gets blasted out of our life for us, again, for us, we realize, oh, wow, thank you for this awareness and understanding. So I feel like you're just on the verge of that, like really, I feel like you know it up here, but there's something that happens when it drops and we know it in our heart, right? And I feel like that's where it's dropping into, where suddenly it's like, I know it, but when I feel it, then that changes it. And I feel like that's what you're moving into here. And then you Dukes of Hazard style jump over number 4 and number 5 into the 6th. These 6s, so what is this all about? Let's see what these are. It's kinda got 3 and 3, but I feel like they're all related. Let's see what we have here. Yeah. Well, you definitely have this time of stepping back. Here's, the High Priestess, which we were talking about, your emotional energy and your empathic abilities, your spiritual gifts, really, really, connecting with it and expanding it. And you've got this wonderful, King of Pentacles, which is all about abundance and fullness, and the 4 of, Pentacles. I laugh because when I was talking about the whole thing of, when we look to the outside world to define ourselves by these 3 things, that's what the 4 of Pentacles is about, and the King of Pentacles learns so much from that 4 Pentacles adventure, because the king goes through the entire suit of the 4, I mean, of all the pentacles, and he often talks about the 4 of Pentacles, so perfect confirmation that this is what you're learning and moving, um, beyond with this tower moment is my worth is in here regardless of what changes out here, my worth doesn't change. And I feel like you're really, bouncing into this. Yeah, a lot of this has had to do with your quest for your self-worth, and though it feels like it's been slow, right? Like it's been taking forever. There is this wonderful culmination, and I feel like you're really, because you're leaping over steps 4 and 5, you're really landing in step 6, which is understanding that you have the power to choose what emotions you want to feel, and with the 2 of cups, and that every moment I am choosing higher vibration, unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, that higher vibrational emotional feelings, or lower vibration rooted in fear. And neither is right or wrong. They're just different. And bring different experiences, different outcomes. And if I'm tired of feeling one way, I can change it. It's like being, sometimes I want to be in the hot tub that feels warm and wonderful. Unless it's 100 degrees out, then I'm going to jump in the cold pool for a little bit. And then when the sun goes down, the temperature drops, I'm going to go back to the hot tub. There's not right or wrong. It's just different times in our life we want to experience different things. And when we're ready to feel something different, we can choose that. And I like all this. And then coming down to the Emperor, which is the major arcana number 4, which does say that you are the one that gets to clear the throne room from all these rules, all the supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, all these opinions of all these people that are like filling up the throne room with a lot of chatter, arguing, contradicting, wanting different things. And you whistle, whoosh, 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 like the whoosh. All right, everybody, I'm the king, I'm the emperor, I get to make the decisions. Thank you for all your opinions and all of your information from your perspectives. But it's time to clear the throne room, leave all your opinions and information in those little boxes on your way out the door. And I'm going to take some time to myself to get out of my head and get into my heart and see, where do I want to go? What's my next step? And then I make a plan, I put action behind it, and then I move forward. So I feel like there's a lot of change that's happening in your life right now, um, because you've changed your perception of things, and especially with that High Priestess and the Emperor. Both of those are about kind of stepping away, seeing things from a different perspective, and allowing, this wonderful power to come in. I get to choose. I get to choose. So I love this for you. And then your dream ritual oracle. Yeah, guess what? Adventure awaits. It's like the Fool card. You reach this culmination of, um, no expectations, ending old cycles, beginning new adventures. And there's this, world of possibilities instead of, you know, like, oh, it has to be done this way. It's supposed to be this way, blah, blah, blah. It really opens it up. So I love this adventure. And let's see. Yeah, I like this. The ritual that's involved with this is about interrogating your dream. Now, this does talk about our dream world, but this can also be our dream of our lifetime too. So it says psychologist Fritz Perls, who lived from 1893 to 1937, proposed that dreams reveal aspects of the dreamer's personality that they're not yet fully expressing or aware of in their waking life. He was adamant that every symbol that appears in a dream is uniquely personal, and that if the same symbol appeared in another person's dream, it would have a different meaning. In essence, every dream impression suggests an utterly unique trait, potential, or pitfall of the dreamer. So, this dream ritual that it was talking about here draws inspiration from a technique of dream interpretation that Pearls pioneered. It involves re entering the dream and asking direct questions of the symbols. The aim is to discover what every symbol, object, character, and impression is trying to say or offer a perspective on. From there, the dreamer needs to find ways to connect the dream symbol to circumstances in their waking life or decide how to use the dream symbol insight to help with self understanding or awareness. And whether your dream is rich in fantasy and impossibilities or features more familiar or everyday things, every symbol that appears is rich in symbolic value for you to reflect on. For example, a mirror is an everyday object, but if it appears in your dream, do you need to take a long, hard look at yourself? If you see a door in your night visions, what opportunity lies behind it? So while there are different schools of dream interpretation, the uniting theme among them all is that your dreams are tools for personal growth. They encourage you to work through your problems, face your fears, inspire your creativity, and take a leap out of your comfort zone to discover your hidden potential. You can apply this to everything we talked about, right? They are your great personal adventure. So I love this. Your mantra is my dreams are alive within me. So I love this. And I understand now, it took me a little while, why the dream ritual cards, why they wanted to bring these and use these at this time, because we're in the middle of an eclipse, which expands our dream world. Mercury going into Pisces expands our dream world, vivid dreaming, going into Pisces season, dream world. So paying attention to our dreams is very important right now. It seems, right? So that's what they have for you, Sarah. Again, thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. So thank you so much. All righty. So let's do some more shout outs and we'll get back into the readings here because I did have some more come in here. All right. So thank you so much, Breath of Fresh Air, for your donation. Let's get you on the donation list here. And Leela's Joy. Leela's Joy. I eventually got it there. Thank you. I got you on the donation list here too. And then you want a general reading is what the donation was for. And we got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria. Let's grab your we got your free reading here, and I did get your donation via the PayPal. Let me check timestamps here. Yeah, so you were before Leela's Joy. So we'll have that here. Hey, Deb Deb. Shout out. Hey, good to see you. All right. Get these in here. Whoops. And let's see, Marissa. Okay, Marissa, I see your question there. You're up next for the donation, so I'll be right with you. We got Mail in a Love. Good to see you. We got your free reading here. We'll get you on the list here as well. Move that up here. And we got those. Think that is everyone here. Yeah, because then we have Leslie there. So after Leslie, I think I've got everyone on the list here. All right. So for donations where how this will go, we've got Marissa up next, then Maria P, then Leela's Joy, and then Breath of Fresh Air is where we will be here. And let me see here. So Breath of Fresh Air, you wanted your general love reading. That's what you were donating for, correct? I will remove you guys off the free list here. And Leela's Joy. I hadn't put you yet. So, and then I saw the donation. Okay, so we're good. All right, let's take a sip and we'll dive in. Cheers. Good to see you too. Cheers, cheers. Oh, and I got another email coming here. Hold on. All right. And then we've got Livia Bagara. Might be having trouble with your chat where you're at, but we'll get you on the free list here. Could have just copied it. I don't know why I didn't do that. All right. So we are good. So let's dive in here. Yes, thank you, Breath of Fresh Air. All right. So 4248 is your timestamp, Marissa. Thank you again so much for your donation via the PayPal. And your question is up here. You're currently living in low-income housing. You'd like to move into a house or apartment that's not restricted with rules. I can imagine, right? So you want to know, will you be moving this year? All right, let's take a look here. And depending on what we get here, we can also pull some when cards. Let's see, based on current energies, what is up here? That was a poor shuffle. Let me try that again. There we go. Got to get used to shuffling round cards again. All right, let's take a look here. Will you be moving this year? We got this and this and this and this. Oh, those two. Anything else? Nope, we got all those. All right. Okay. It's the thing with round cards. You have to look and see, how does this go? All right. So the bottom of the deck, we like it. You've got the Wheel of Fortune, which is amazing. Whatever is unfolding, of course, is always for you. But when the Wheel of Fortune appears, sometimes like our human, when we are told everything that's unfolding in your life is for you, our human goes, how is that for me, right? But when the Wheel of Fortune comes up, it's even our human is going, I see how this is for me. So it's positive. It's the wheels are turning underneath that. You do have the Four of Wands, which is joyful celebration energy. So we always like to see that. And it does feel like it's been, the slowest night out of them all underneath the surface there. It feels like, why isn't this happening faster? But it's happening in perfect timing for you. You're learning a lot about yourself and gratitude, and you're learning things you wouldn't have learned had you not gone through living in the low income housing with all these rules. Like you'll appreciate so much more having freedom to do what you want, in an apartment or a house. versus had you not had that experience, you would think this is just normal. Now you're like, "Oh, no, I appreciate this so much more," right? Just in that alone, it jumps in. But let's take a look here. This is looking good, but you've got 4 cards, 1 card, and 3 card. Let's see what this is. Your first one, yep, you've got the 2 of swords. So this is about, having the power of changing the story here. And I like this because if I have a story of, this is bad, I hate this, not saying that you're doing this is just information for us all, right? That if I am focusing on going, I hate this, this is sucks, I got to get out of here, I hate it, which I could, if you're feeling those things, I can understand why. But if we change around going, I'm so grateful for these experiences, and we can look at what gift has been in it for me, because we everything unfolds in our life for, like the Wheel of Fortune, on purpose, for a purpose. It's showing us what we wanna see about ourselves. It's being a mirror, and we're learning, "Okay, I'm grateful that I'm not out, having to live in a forest or in a swamp, or, you know, I'm in debtor's prison, or, whatever the olden days, right? The things that we would end up just trying to survive in the wilderness on our own. But there's support and there's options. And it's like there's this change of story that switches the energy too. So I feel like they're saying you have the power to make it happen faster with your change of story. You got the Queen of Cups. So, she rules. She's the master of emotion. She rules with emotion with the King of Cups. But the Queen gets a second portion of cups, which makes her the master. She's got two portions of the water, which makes her very powerful with her emotional energy, with her empathic abilities, and the ability to. I feel like you're very empathic. The Queen of Cups, very empathic. The true gift of an empath isn't feeling everyone else's emotions around him. It's that's just awareness energy. That's one of our tools of being empaths. Our ability is to focus on higher vibration of joy, gratitude, unconditional love energy, and kind of vibrate and pulse it out, where we can't force people to feel a certain way. We're not like vampires. We don't, you will feel this way, or a Jedi Knight, if you prefer, if you're a Star Wars geek instead. But, we don't glamour people. We make it easier or harder for people to choose fear or unconditional love by what energy we put out. And the stronger empath you are, the more you can influence. You can come into a room and it feels like it gets darker and people are like, "Boo, what just happened?" Or you walk in and whew, there's this ray of sunshine. This is saying that you're learning a lot about, and it can be a gift that you, and a purpose why you're in where you're at too, to help bring love and bring joy and bring different energy to people who are really down and out too. And I like this, that you're learning a lot through all this, right? You got the Page of Wands. So again, this is that energy of wherever you're focusing your energy. What's this other one? Yeah, and the Empress, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. So there's this nurturing energy through all this, with the Queen of Cups and the Empress. The Empress has tons of water underneath her behind the scenes too. 5 parts water, 1 part air, 1 part earth, 1 part fire, because she rules over all 4 queens. All 4 queens get cups. The Queen of Cups that you have is a 5th one, and then of course the other queens have their own suit. But that's why she's 5 parts water. Just little side education there. Don't worry, there's not gonna be a test or anything. But you have all this emotional energy here, and that Page of Wands is saying whatever you focus your energy on is what grows and expands, and so the more you're grateful for what you have and have had, the easier new stuff comes in that matches that. And if we focus in on what we want and what we need, and that's not happening fast enough, and if we're focusing on what we hate, whatever it may be in our life, we that's lower vibration, we invite more of that in. Not, focusing on what I want. I bring what I want. No, want and need energy is lack energy. I invite more lack. It extends the time I'm experiencing it because my energy is kind of begging, "I want more lack. I want to experience more lack." Okay, we'll keep that coming then instead of, "No, no, 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 wait." Gratitude. What I love is this. It's like, and we talk about it every once in a while, right? It's like going into a donut shop, and if you point out all the donuts you hate, guess what? You end up with a box of donuts you hate. If you point at all the donuts you love, you end up with a dozen donuts of donuts that you love instead. So we point at what we love, not at what we don't want and what we don't like. We point at what we have and have had, and that brings in more of that. So I like that energy. They're showing you your power of how you can bring things in earlier. Yep, the 9 of Wands. It feels like there's been an energetic block, but you're gonna break through here. There's this perseverance energy that's coming in, which leads you, yeah, 7 of Pentacles. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. I do feel this energy here with this block and the slow timing. You've been learning about what you want and what you don't want, and it's actually the timing has also kept you from going into something that wouldn't have benefited you, that could have even been dangerous. So, like, if you were gonna move into an apartment and then there was gonna be something that was going to impact you if you moved then, this holding period is like a blessing in disguise too. It's like, why isn't it happening fast enough? We can trust, with that wheel of fortune that it's happening for us, that I'm being held back and kept where I'm at because it's going to be safer for me. Even if you think where you're at right now, like, I don't know, I'm kind of scared where I'm at. It's like, you're being divinely guided and protected. And had you moved somewhere else, it could have been you know, a horrible experience, a horrible landlord where things keep breaking and the heat isn't working and the plumbing isn't working and you have to like, oh my God, all this stuff, right? Where you've been spared. So I like that energy coming in here. Yeah, you have the 9 of Pentacles. You will be, off by yourself in this place. You have the 9 of Pentacles, which is you're with spirit. You are protected in this garden. You will have this independent feeling. Yeah, and you have a death and rebirth. So there is an ending and a new beginning, significant one for you here this year. Let's take a real quick look here at any wins based on current energy. So I do feel like we've got this one here. What does this one say? Yeah, I know, right? Within 4 years, you're like, yeah, but the whole thing is here is, they're making a point, and I knew they were going to do this. They told me before I pulled the cards, they're like, "We're gonna give you 2 scenarios. One, if we fear and we're in the lower vibration of lack, how long it could take. But if you step into the power and focusing on your gratitude more and more and more and more, how it would be." So within 4 years, so it could be up to 4 years, but if you change it, look at this. I mean, within 3 months, in the summer, which is when summer begins, right? Because we got March, April, May. It's June 20th is summer. So it could be May 20th, June 20th. It's June 20th through September 20th. But basically this year, right? So within 3 to 4 months instead of 4 years. So I love this how they're showing you that your life isn't happening to you. You're not in like the back seat of a car in a baby seat and someone's driving you around and they're telling you, "Here's your life, deal with it. You're just going to go where we're taking you, young lady." No, it's you are creating your life through your energy and your choices, and I love that empowerment. So, all of that to say yes, that you can. There is a great possibility for you to move this year, but it has to do with the changing of the story, managing your energy, and kind of asking, what gift is in this for me? What have I learned through these experiences? How has this been for me? And I feel like that changes things, right? Let's see what your dream ritual card says here for you, too. Nope. Okay, it's this one here. Yeah, surrender. You know the what, you know the why, but let the when and the where and the how, leave that up to creator and spirit because you can trust them, right? You know, Out of anything in the world and the universe, we can trust spirit. It's like everyone else, sorry everybody, but we're human. We freak out, we abandon, we leave behind, we become, into that fight or flight mode. So I love you, but I don't trust you with much, because, and I hope you don't trust me either, because if I go into extreme fear, I'm going to revert to an animal. And probably a badger or a beaver. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, for surrender, the ritual is deep dream meditation. And it says this dream ritual encourages you to set aside a few minutes of quiet time each day to tune directly into the observant, infinitely creative and intuitive part of you that never sleeps and is the mastermind of all your dreams. It's a very simple and easy to do meditation. There's a powerful and proven link between regular meditation and a vivid dream life. And there's good reason for this. When you meditate, you don't try to stop your thinking, you simply observe your thoughts, feelings, and sensations that are happening within you without judgment. You detach and don't fear or interact with or judge anything that is revealed. This observant state of mind is one you should be aiming for when you wake up and record your dreams. It is also one you aspire to when you lucid dream, where you know you're dreaming while you're dreaming. Daily meditation trains you to become more observant of your thoughts so you're well practiced and won't have any problems doing it when you're asleep and dreaming. In essence, it helps you surrender directly to the part of you that is separate from your thoughts and feelings, your intuition or soul, which is, of course, the source of your dreams as well as your happiness and fulfillment in waking life. This is a mighty potent ritual because the more aware of yourself and in control of your thoughts and feelings you are in waking life, the richer and more profound your dream decoding will be. Your mantra is, I sleep to dream. Because it says it's such a powerful ritual, I'm going to read it. I haven't been reading the ritual itself, but I feel like a nudge, kind of a shove to do it. So I'm going to do it because otherwise they get really loud in my head. In a loving way. They're like, "I said" so this is good. It must be for more than just you and me. So, the deep dream meditation, find somewhere quiet where you can sit comfortably with your hands gently relaxed on your lap and your posture upright. Set a timer for 3 minutes. Half close your eyes to look downward to the floor. Tell yourself you will be still. Breathe. Relax your shoulders and face. Enjoy the sound of silence. Then close your eyes completely and imagine or tell yourself that your eyes are turning inward and looking right within you. Say out loud the word dream and then notice how that word sounds and feels. Be aware of the many thoughts that rush into your mind and try to define, compete for, or capture your attention. Don't interact with any of these thoughts. Just let them flow past you as if you were watching a twig floating by on a stream. When the timer goes off after 3 minutes, right? Fully open your eyes and know that your dreaming mind has appreciated this quiet time alone to build a bridge and connect to you. Ooh, I do like this. I'm gonna have to try that myself. And then we have Dream Stays coming in. Hey, Dream Stays. Good to see you. Hello, hello. And Michelle Smith, too. But that's your fortune cookie there. So hopefully that resonates for you, Marissa. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So, Michelle, I did see your donation come through here. Take just a moment to update. There it is. Suzy Cash App. So we'll get you on the donation list here. Message from your ancestors. Ah, exciting. All right. Always love connecting to all the different realms up yonder. And then Dreamstay, I said, welcome, welcome. We'll get you on the free list here. Right now we're in donations, and where we have Maria P up next, and then Leela's Joy, Breath of Fresh Air, and then Michelle Smith. You'll be up after that, I believe. I believe. All right. Get rid of those. Okay. Very good. Well, let's take another sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. So thank you so much for being here. And thank you for all the thumbs up too. Definitely helps spread the Zen love. So I appreciate that so much. Sip, sip, slurp, slurp. You are part of the love tsunami. I love saying that. All right. Shuffle these up. Let's get down here. All right. I think this is, yep. Right. Yeah, because both the first two were PayPal. Yep. So Maria, we got 10101. Look at that. New beginnings energy coming in with your timestamp. Let's see what this is all about. So you'd like to know Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today, right? Thoughts and feelings. You get 2 cards for that. After your date. Okay, you got thoughts and feelings again. And then did he like your kid's gift to him? Uh-oh. Wally. Laura's thoughts on you at work today and email about the parent. What's coming for you at work? Oops. And, nothing. No work. Uh-oh. No, I'm kidding. Here you go. That card came flying out. And then how will your evaluation go? All right. So Wally's thoughts before your date. Yeah, he was looking here around. It's a little combo. This is conflicting energy, but it had to do with that they want to. I feel like they're wanting to introduce you to some of their friends, but they're kind of conflicted about it. And I feel like that's what they were thinking about in their mind is, I want to invite you to a get together with, some friends of mine, but I don't know, and that's what they were thinking before your date. After your date, they were more focusing here on transformation and kind of creating a stable environment first. So after that, they kind of went from this energy of, you know, wanting to kind of bring you out and start introducing you to some of their friends. They were like, okay, let me create this, foundation. Let me work on getting a strong, solid foundation um, first, kind of energy. Um, I just feel like that it wasn't one doesn't have to do with the other. I feel it's just that now they're focusing on trying to create, that like, because the 8 of Pentacles leads to the 9 of Pentacles, and that 9 of Pentacles energy is where they're trying to create a space for where they can be, and then you can join them eventually, right? Emotionally before the date, yeah, they were a little bit down, and I can see here with the 5 of Wands and the 5 of Cups, they were a little bit down in their emotions. I feel like they've had a rough week, and they're so glad tomorrow's Friday. I feel like a lot of it has to do with work, but after the date, you just gave them a different way of looking at things with this 3 of Wands. That they're like, I feel like they were almost inspired and trying to find different ways of moving forward together, kind of energy that's coming in here. It's like they're just like, I really want to work on this. I got to find different ways. This other stuff's taking too long. So I feel like they're really, whatever happened, just really made them want so much to end the old and get all the strings all gone, and financially and physically and the like home and everything, and find and start their new life kind of energy, right? um did he like your kids gifts? Yeah, Page of Wands. That was, I had a feeling that this was part of the inspiration, because they really want to be a part of both you and your children's lives, but they understand it's weird right now with all the complications. So I feel like that's part of the inspiration. So they definitely did that. They loved it, and that was inspiring them to make changes. Lowers thoughts on you at work and email to your parent. Moon energy. It's interesting because it's very emotional energy, but Mother Moon, it's I feel like there's this pride, like mother's pride in a way, um, and and I just feel like that was the energy that she thought of, about you, about work in the email, about the parent, and that they were just like, "My little girl is grown up." I like that. What's coming for you at work? Well, 10 of cups, joy, celebration. I feel like there's some good stuff coming. Obviously, this is like joy and overflowing energy. How will your evaluation go? I mean, you got 2 joy cards for both that. How's it gonna go at work? How's your evaluation gonna go? It's very happy. It's very joyful energy, very stable energy. So that all looks good there. So I like that. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in too here. Let's see what we got. Let me just put these cards back in. Looking good, looking good. Positive stuff. Let's see what your dream. What do they want you to know about your dreams? Okay, here we are. You've got passion. Look at the little swing set. Again, it brings in a very joyful, sunny kind of. What did I not show passion on the bottom? Which is doesn't have to be passion, like Pepe Le Pew kissing the cat. If you ever watched Bugs Bunny, I don't know if they still play that old stuff that I grew up as a kid, but it's not that. It's excitement of life, it feels like. And the ritual is free association. In the Nocturnal Insight says, according to the godfather of dream interpretation, psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud, according to him, dreams are the product of unconscious desires, urges, and motivations. And in Freud's opinion, the great majority of these passions are, sexual, and these are hidden or repressed when we're awake, but unleashed in the symbolic playground of the dream. What kind of dreams are you having, Maria? Just kidding. You're like, oh, let me tell you. Freud postulated that symbols are used to represent sex because the graphic and literal representation would be too shocking and likely wake us up. That's hilarious. And probably true. To uncover the meaning, the dreamer must discover the unconscious urge behind it. And Freud encouraged a technique known as free association, where the dreamer simply states the first word that comes into their mind when aspects or symbols of a dream are recalled. That single word, no matter how unrelated, can then be used as a starting point for interpretation. Freud's belief that dreams are symbolic reenactments of childhood wish fulfillment, sexual fantasies has been heavily challenged over the years, but his work did put dream interpretation firmly on the map. And there's no disputing the fact that dream sex is common. However, the great majority of dream experts don't connect erotic dreams directly with sex. Quite the contrary, they point to aspects of the dreamer's personality that they need to get closer to or integrate for greater fulfillment in life. And in the case of dream nudity, this points to feelings of vulnerability, but also touchingly intense honesty. Let this ritual inspire you to always seek joy in your interpretations of your dreams or anything in life and all that joy energy you got, and to bring your passion for a more fulfilling life, not just into your dreams, but into all aspects of your life. And your mantra is, my dreams are vibrant. But all that joy energy and passion of life, I like that, kind of focus coming in here too. So I like that for you, Maria. That is what they have for you. We'll circle back around eventually for your free reading as well. So many blessings. All right. And then we had my baby come in. Hey, my baby. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. Got your question here, and you're on the list. And then just Alice. Hey, good to see you, Alice. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. So we'll continue on here. We'll do another little cheers. Take a sip. All right. So, Leela's Joy, you are up. And thank you guys so much for your patience in getting to your readings. Very grateful. So, Leela, since she made a donation here, allow me to give that a love and a like. So, thank you for that. And you want a general reading. Let's see what Spirit has for you. Speaking of joy, joy, joy. Been hearing that theme a lot and a lot of personal readings and things I've been getting too. So joy, joy, joy is in the air. All right. Let's see what we have here. Hey, good to see you. Oh, and these two too. What else? All right, and that one there. All right, and this one here. Just leaning this way. All right, let's see what we have here. Got two cards and one card, two card, two card, one card, one card. 2 1 2 2 1 1. 21, 22, 11. Got these interesting combos here. But bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Cups that's coming in here. And I do like this. I mean, Ace of Cups is an energy of self-love. It is an energy of new love. So if you are in the say a hunt for love, there is this is what your reading is going to be about. If you're in a relationship already, this is about expanding your self-love. Either case, it's about expanding your self-love, because every relationship we have in the outside world is a reflection of our own self-love. So I like this focus on, as you raise your love vibration and you open up to this relationship that you have with your higher self and realizing who you are, that the more you're able to give and receive love in the outside world, because you can't give more love than you have for yourself on the inside, nor receive more love than you have for yourself from the outside. So it's like if our self-love pipeline like is this big, no matter how much we want to push out, it's just trickling out. No matter how much love someone gives us, it just trickles in. But the more we expand our self-love, the more our ability to give and receive love expands too. So I love that below the surface here. And I feel like that's important for you to know, that someone can't give more love to you because they don't have that love for themselves. And so when you're looking, going, why are they not able to give me more love? They're giving you what they're capable of giving. In fact, I got like this little bottle of essential oil. They're like, this is what I can give you because this is all they have that they can give their own heart. And when you realize that it's not personal, that it's has to do with their ability and their self-love, that allows you to, like, it's not like you're taking it personally, but it allows you not to take it as personally, if that resonates there, right? So that's the start. Let's see what this first two cards are here. Yeah, it feels like here there is some fear here of being left behind and being left out in the cold in a third party situation. So there could be something from the past that comes in here. That's something that you're looking at. Another realization that comes in here is that if anyone does do anything where, in the past where they went outside the relationship for third party action, with someone else, that wasn't about you. That was about the lack of love they had for themselves. And though they might have gone like, well, I'm not feeling this sense of love from you, so I must need a more than one person. But again, if their pipeline is like that big, no matter how much love they have coming from the outside world, it's still trickling in and they think it's everyone else. but it's actually their ability not to be able to receive love that has them searching so desperately in the outside world for that love. But the love that they need to find is their own self-love. Then things change. We can't make them happy. They have to make themselves happy. And so I feel like there's this, you don't have to take their actions, as, like, as your fault. You can let go of that, those feelings and those fears around, if someone does something like that, it's not about us. They're telling us what's going on inside of them. Oh, da boo da boo boo po boo boo boo, you know? So let's see what else we have here. We have the 5 of Swords. And the 5 of Swords is this battle between head and heart, but it is fighting energy here. And they're also bringing in here, I mean, this is like a relationship, workshop because I'm like, "Wow, I love this information." But conflict doesn't come from, I mean, it's rooted in fears. We have conflict because when we as little humans, we've got little inner children, when they feel unsafe, uncomfortable, out of control, they freak out, alarms go off, they boot out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side and invite in, or not invite in, but it's left with our little 2-year-old self with its pet hissing cat in charge, trying to do everything it needs to do to feel safe and comfortable and in control again. And that's why we get in fights and act stupid because we're not there. We've been booted out of the control room and little 2-year-olds are, driving the vehicles. No wonder it's like bumper cars, bam, 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 right? So conflict comes not because of what someone is doing, but because we're each triggering. And when I trigger, it's like, let's say they trigger into fear. And so they're acting like a jerk, then my little inner child feels unsafe and out of control, and if my trigger goes off, I end up matching the jerk, right? We becomes a cat fight because we got 2 hissing cats hissing at each other and right? So conflict, and I love all this, it's like saying everything that we're experiencing in a relationship is pointing back to us what we wanna see about ourselves. We don't know what they're seeing, what they're going through over there, and we're never gonna be able to change them, control them, make them do anything that we want them to do. It's all about returning back into what you are in control of, which are your stories, your emotions, your energy, your actions. You can never control theirs. And I like this, coming back to you energy. Because when Byron Katie, she's wonderful. If you ever check out her YouTube channel, or her website, thework.com, it's just THEWORK.com, thework.com. She says, what was I gonna say? It's one of my favorite sayings of hers, um, which I should have just said it and then told you where it was at. Spirit, bring it back to me if you want me to say it. Um, but, it's, um, all the mirroring that comes in with it all, which is when our thoughts, this is what she says. One of the things she says is, when our expectations battle reality, um, reality wins, but only 100% of the time, right? Like, they're not supposed to be doing this. Well, they are. Huh, so I love that. I know that's not the quote they wanted, but I'm sure if it's important, they'll bring it back to me. But I love this, that it's coming back to you, and that you are the one that gets to decide for your life and you make your choices, and that you can't control what someone else is doing, right? It's always a reflection showing us what we want to see about ourselves. And then you got these 2 cards that came in. Yeah, they've got the temperance. There is always something moving, something growing. And the 6 of wands, there is a victory. It's like the wait is worth it and perseverance is worth it. And there's a little underlying energy around that too, which says, you know, um, um, the wait is worth it because if I don't learn from that mirror in that relationship, I'll keep choosing the mirrors that are going to show me what I want to see. And the image in a mirror doesn't change unless the person looking in the mirror changes, right? So the reflection's always going to be the same until I change, and then the reflection in the mirror changes. So the people I draw in are different. Otherwise, I keep drawing in the same people trying to show me what I wanna see until I see it, right? So, perseverance is important. It's worth the wait, it's worth the perseverance. But if we wanna, if we ever bail out of a relationship, just know it's gonna circle back around into someone else's body, or sometimes it returns in the same person, right? But, so hopefully all this resonates here for you. Yeah, and here is putting the blood, the sweat, the tears in. You do get the reward that comes in here. But the Ace of Wands is realizing a lot of what you glean from a relationship is whatever you're focusing on is what does expand and grow. So if I'm focusing on what I love about someone, what I appreciate about someone, what who they are, who they have been, the great memories, I get more of that. If I focus in on what they're not doing and what they're not saying, or what they're saying that they shouldn't, or that they're doing that they shouldn't, my energy expands more of that. I get more of that energy than the others as well. So I like that. Oh, I love that. You're a persevere. But there's also sometimes we can be too stubborn, and sometimes, you know, like my first, well, I kinda repeated the same kinda relationship a few times, but sometimes we'll just, you know, be have the dead carcass of our relationship hanging around, like those horror movies, or like, what is it, Psycho, where he kept his mother in that chair, she was a skeleton. Sometimes we'll keep a relationship around a little too long. So, I like that. Yeah, but you do have the King of Cups, which is a balancing of emotional energy, that comes in here, and yeah, and the Nine of Swords, which is nightmare and insomnia, but there is about letting go of expectations here, and I feel like with this King of Cups and the Nine of Swords, it's bringing in this message of, it kinda goes back to that when I'm focusing in on what's not happening, but we have these expectations, you're like, "No." I wasn't telling you to murder them, I'm just saying sometimes it was just, we keep something around too long, and we're like, "Yeah, it's time for me to let go," right? But this other energy is, we grow up with a lot of list of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's, all these expectations of what a relationship is supposed to be, who they're supposed to be, who we're supposed to be, all that. And when we're in that expectation mode, that's when we start focusing in on what's not happening. Because when you have this expectation list, you're going, are they doing that? Yep. Is the relationship doing that? Yep. Is he doing this? No. Circle that. The rest of it just feels like, because you have all these expectations, there's all this work just to get up to zero. Then abundance starts happening after that. But there's so many expectations, it takes us forever. And we always feel like we're behind trying to rush and catch up to zero, then so that we can start having an abundant relationship, right? Whereas when we live from the heart that has no expectations, it's focusing on gratitude, immediately, there is this, abundant feeling. So there is this balancing energy that comes in where when we live from the heart, like the king does, he overcomes and overshadows all of those, and to where we do have that feeling. And we return back to that Ace of Cups. The King of Cups holds the Ace of Cups. So, it's always coming back to our self love, realizing that all of our relationships in the outside world are a reflection of our self love, always pointing us back to show us what we want to see about ourselves. So, any lack that we see is showing us, ourself. And, you know, for me, and I mentioned this in some of my podcasts, especially some of the early ones or earlier episodes. Um, that I learned through being cheated on several times that I was cheating on myself with these other people because I was my self worth and self love come from self, inward and upward, but I was defining myself by their actions or non actions, their words or their silence. And thus I was cheating on myself with them. And so the cheating was reflected back to me so that I would be able to see that and set myself free from defining it. So, oh, you're kidding. Yeah, I figured you were. Oh, God, no. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. The dream ritual card. Yeah. So, some closure of some old things. Beautiful card here, though. I love this. I feel like I want to get my fingers out of there so that you can see the whole thing. So beautiful. Let's see what this closure brings in here. Some closure of some old experiences, some old emotions. Let's see what comes in here. Sorry, these are in 3 separate sections. I still haven't figured out why they have in different sections. If I read the beginning of the book, I could probably figure it out. But who wants to do that? Who wants to read instructions? Let's just put it together and see what happens. All right. So interesting that the ritual is recognizing recurring dreams. So recognizing recurring patterns, right? So this can be about our dreams, but also all these cards have been talking about, of course, what our subject matter is in the reading itself. So it says recurring dreams are dreams that happen more than once, often several times. They come back time and time again. There are a number of common dream themes that tend to reoccur the most, and almost all of them, apart from flying dreams, can be unsettling. Oh, I love those flying dreams. These common dreams include teeth falling out. How many have had those? I had those. Falling, have had those. Being chased or attacked, yes, had those. Crashing a car, yes. Or being in an out of control vehicle, yep. Drowning, yes. Being back at school, yes. Being late for something crucial, yes. Missing a train or a plane, not yet. Sitting in an exam and not knowing any of the answers, yes. Chewing gum, I don't think I've had that. Wading through mud and being nude in public, yeah, I've had that. Or unable to find a bathroom, yes. Wow, so they are common. I thought I was the only one. So if you have recurring unsettling dreams like these, well, I don't have recurring, but I've had these before. They won't be identical, but they may feature similar plot lines. For example, you may dream of falling down a flight of stairs one night, and then the following week dream of falling off a cliff, and so on. Given dreams reflect important themes in your waking life, recurring dreams typically suggest areas of frustration, unmet needs, or past trauma that you're not facing and processing in your waking life. Your dreaming mind is trying to help you move forward from these emotional and psychological blocks. And once you understand what area your dream is trying to encourage you to explore and reflect on to improve the quality of your life, chances are the recurring dream will stop. Your night therapist, I love that, is using the power of repetition to help you find insight into your emotions and desires, because with that deep insight can come closure and a whole world of new dream themes. So if your recurring dreams include happy ones like flying, finding a secret room in a house, or relaxing on a blissful beach, simply enjoy them. They suggest liberation and the discovery of hidden potential. Ooh, I love this. Your mantra, I choose new and positive dreams. So beautiful. I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation, and hopefully that all resonates for you. All righty, righty. So let's take another sip here and we'll move into the next reading. Cheers, cheers, everyone. You are so welcome. All right, breath of fresh air. You are up 129.55. You're so very welcome. Beautiful discoveries, my. So, breath of fresh air. Let's give your donation a love and a like here. And you had asked for a general love reading earlier, and that's what we'll do. We'll take off the free list there, and we'll dive deep, see what they have here for you. So thank you again for the donation. See what we've got around love. All right. So what can we know here? What do you want, breath of life, to know here? They're like, here you go. Here's all your cards. Then they do one. They're all just kidding. They're like, oh, no, there's a lot they want to tell you around love, but they're going to kind of pocket it into a few themes here for you. We got like what is this? A caterpillar. Oh, and these are the wings, and this must be a butterfly or Mickey Mouse. All right. Well, he definitely has some wonderful energy. I don't see any of the cards yet, but this caterpillar energy that's coming in here, caterpillar into a butterfly. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Six of Swords. So this is moving from these choppy waters over here. You see all the choppy waves, and you're moving here into smoother waters. And this is about leaving behind old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher perspective that allows you to bring change in the outside world, or transformation like from a caterpillar to a butterfly. The head of the caterpillar, yeah, you have the another six of pentacles. So I feel like one of the big things that you have, it's like, because I feel like the head of the caterpillar was chopped off. The thing that you've really chopped off and released in how like in a cocoon, a caterpillar releases parts of itself. It becomes caterpillar soup, and then it leaves stuff behind and forms the butterfly. So it takes some of itself with it, but it lets a lot of itself go so that it can fly, and it becomes the wings from which it can fly. Is codependency and the energy of being an overgiver that you learned when you were younger, that you had to give so much and receive so little. But I feel like you have really, that was one of the big things, is my worth is dependent on how much I can give and help other people, and I feel I have to give 1,000 love coins to get one back. I have to give 1,000 abundance coins to get one back. But one of the big things that you've overcome that they kind of want to celebrate with you is that you don't have to overgive, and that you brought it from 1,000 to 1 down to 1 to 1, that you know you deserve, both know in your head and know in your heart. That's the really big one. We can know things in our head, but when it drops and we know it, we feel it, that I deserve to have what I give, not I have to give more to receive. I feel like being a overgiver in Overgivers Anonymous, I thought I saw you at the meetings. We've got this. It's like we always have to remember that, because we can fall back in like an alcoholic. We can fall back if we become um, too comfortable, and oh, I've overcome that, and then we find ourselves back in it and going, oh, yep, there it is. I'm overgiving again. But we can be gentle and return, and return back to balance. We can go out of balance and be gentle with ourselves, and we can come back into balance. But I love that energy. Let's see what this is the other body of the caterpillar that I feel like regarding love, what they want you to know here. Yep, I love this Leo energy, this relationship of your human with your higher self. That is, you found your inner strength and your inner confidence here of being true to yourself. I feel like Leo is ruled by the sun. The sun doesn't ask permission to shine. It doesn't dim its light. It doesn't become less to try to be what other people want it to be. And so you really have, I feel like this is one of the things that you really have um embraced and that you are continuing and releasing more and more and more in this. But because it's next to the head, I feel like this is one of the big things that you've done quite a bit on. Little tidbits still, tiny bit to still do that because it feels like maybe one of your old um habit, again, we're gonna call it a habit, an old habit that you learned when you were younger is you need to change to match your energy to be what you think other people want you to be so they're happy. And you're realizing, "No, I'm gonna be me, and I'm gonna shine bright, and if someone doesn't like it, oh well." You can get out of the sun if I'm too hot. If I'm too hot, right? You can get out of the sun, or you can put on sunglasses, or you can get in the shade or get in the cellar for all I care. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the sun. I like that confidence and this energy. Not in an arrogant way, but I feel like you've become confident in knowing who you are. You don't feel like you're better than everyone else. You just know who you are, and I feel like you've really stepped into that. Yep, in the 10 of cups. You've been focusing on the joy, and I feel like with this 10 of cups, you've been really learning a lot about what you do want and what you don't want. And I feel like something part of your transformation regarding love is realizing that you didn't come here to be someone's partner or um, spouse or, you know, um, like their children's mother or whatever, that you came here to live and to experience life, and that y someone doesn't become your life, but you're gonna share your life with someone. I feel like that's what this energy of the 10 of cups is coming in, that you're realizing, "I get to be my own country, and this person that comes into my life will be a country that borders me and that we do, you know, fair trade across the borders. We don't join, countries and become one country. I maintain me, they maintain them, and we share a lot and we have open borders, but we still have our own independence and we share the experience together, but they don't become my life, right? That's where that codependence before is. We end up giving ourselves up. We end up losing our definition. They invade our country. That's the way we picture it. They invade and we just give it to them. All right, now we belong to you now. It's like, no, you have your own solid, powerful country. They're their own solid, powerful country, and then you have open borders. I like that, open borders. Yeah, you have this, wonderful Knight of Cups, movement of love energy, movement of romance. So I like this. I mean, all of this does tell me that if you're not in a relationship right now, you definitely have love coming your way with all of this, and you've been doing the things, raising your love vibration. All knights have a quest. The Knight of Cups is on a quest for the Ace of Cups, which is self love. And you've been raising your self love. And as you raise your love vibration and your self love, you stop drawing in people that you used to draw in at a lower vibrational energy, and you start drawing in people at a higher love energy. So I like this here as well. Oh, how wonderful. I love that. There's the butterfly. Hey, just a foreshadowing. I'm gonna come visit you tonight in your reading. So beautiful. And monarch butterflies can do they can fly thousands of miles and do a migration, um, that caterpillars can never do. They're like, "Oh, hell, I can, a mile? I'd be dead." So this transformation, we'll get to the butterfly here. You got 3 cards representing the butterfly, which I feel is the butterfly that's coming your way because you're no longer as you're transforming into this butterfly, of course, you don't walk anymore, you fly and flutter, but also butterflies' tastes change. They don't wanna eat leaves, they seek nectar. They want blossoms, not leaves. And so even their diet changes, what they wanna consume changes. So, there is that transition and change. Yeah, and I like it. So you had the Knight of Cups. Here's the quest. You found your self love. And I feel like this is what's been going on. And you're finding more and more and more and raising your love vibration more and more. I feel like this caterpillar is what your experience inside of the cocoon has been. And I like all this here. Yeah. And Page of Pentacles. You're leaving the cocoon with a new, higher way of looking at your self-worth in relationship to the outside world. So all of this that you've been doing in the cocoon and the changing is allowing you to emerge as this butterfly, and here comes the butterfly that's coming your way here. Yeah, you have the 3 of swords, which is telling me this is the unexpected, no expectations, because expectations equal disappointment and heartbreak because we have all this that we think someone should be, and we're working in the, as we just talked about a moment ago in another reading, we're in the negative trying to do all this just to get up to zero to then become abundant. When you're a butterfly and you've let go of all these expectations, all these rules of the caterpillars, you're like, there are no rules, it's all abundance. But I do feel like this is telling us that this butterfly that's coming your way is unexpected. It is someone who wouldn't be on your old list of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be. That they're gonna be someone where friends and family are gonna be like, again, "That's unexpected. Huh, who would have thunk?" But I see it, you know? So I like this, unexpected person coming towards you. We have the Judgment card, yeah, which is your higher self calling you to see things from a different perspective, which makes sense here. I feel like there's this draw, this energy that comes in. It's the ending of the old ways, the ending of the old ways of looking at things. Definitely, because what happens next after the Judgment card being card 20 is 21, the World card, ending of old cycles, beginning of a new adventure, which goes to the Fool card, starting at 0 with 0 expectations and a world of possibilities. Those are the 2 wings, are no more expectations and a new adventure energy. And then the body of it, yeah, even that says with the 3 of Wands, it's with new information, you go a different way than you ever thought you would, with all of this. So I love all this being free from expectations, and as you emerge, from the cocoon, you do see things so differently, and you're like, yeah, and it changes, right? Because as a caterpillar, if you know that how much you had to walk to go a mile as a caterpillar, and someone said, well, you would think that a migration of 1,000 miles is funny. That's a funny story. That could never happen. But now, with this transformation, y your whole idea of what is possible changes. So, I like that. Let's see what your dream ritual, card says coming in here. There we go. Yep, you got synchronicity coming in here. So, let's see what this is here. And of course, these cards are about the dream world, but they've been applying to, what the reading has been about as well. So we'll see how it resonates as soon as I find it here. It's probably in the back here. Yeah, there it is. So the ritual is dreams and moon signs. Ooh, this can be interesting. So the nocturnal insight says the energies in your waking life impact the themes of your dreams. This ritual helps you feel that mystical interconnectedness deeply by exploring the influence of the sign the moon is currently in. I love that. We follow the moon, with this little moon guide. And so knowing what the moon is in every day, helps us understand, how it impacts us, because it does impact all of us. But that's I never thought of that, about doing this for the dreams, so that's really interesting. Maybe we'll read that ritual. It's short. Says there are 12 astrological signs in the zodiac, each with unique energetic characteristics and traits. And as the moon moves through all 12 signs of the zodiac each month, your dreams may take on some of the energy or characteristics of that sign. This isn't an exact science, but here are some very loose guidelines to help you become your own astrological dream detective. I love that. Bear in mind, this is for Western astrology, but if you subscribe to Chinese or Vedic astrology, you can look for lunar correspondences too. So you might find that your dreams are most vivid when the moon is in Pisces. That's my moon. Let's see. I didn't look at today's. I know we were changing here. I got busy today. I know that's no excuse, but let's take a look here. What are we in today? Today is the 26th. Thursday. So what yeah, it did enter Cancer. So emotional moon this evening. Yeah, so it's in Cancer the next couple of days. It enters Leo on Saturday. So at least we know that Saturday morning, like 3:17 a.m. Eastern time. So it's in Cancer right now. Let me just put these back over here without knocking everything over. So if it's in Aries, we have action oriented, new beginnings, fresh starts. Taurus is nature and nurture. Gemini is schools, exams, testing. Cancer, which we're in right now, will be home, family, and water. Leo is celebrations, parties, theater, and animals. Virgo is healing or work oriented. Libra, struggles, resolution, and balance. Scorpio, birth, sex, and death. Sagittarius, adventure and travel. Capricorn, body parts, health. Aquarius is air, travel, wind. And Pisces is fluid and mystical, being chased or underwater. Recognizing patterns and connections between your dreams and the astrological energy swirling in your waking life reminds you that your nighttime visions are always aware of your current state of mind. It's an empowering feeling when dream impressions actually manifest in your waking life, whether through astrological energies or not. It also reminds you that dreams are always best understood in hindsight. You need to put some distance between yourself and your dreams and study them as a series rather than singly. Your mantra is my dreams are written in the stars. I don't feel like we need to read the ritual because I feel like they kind of summarized it in that one there. So I love that. Being aware of moon energy, both for your dreams, but also how it's impacting you in your day to day is very important. You might even end up with a water sign or someone that has a water moon or a lot of water in their chart because we're influenced by the moon, all of us. But I have found because I've got a stellium in Pisces, I got a moon in Pisces, I've got a grand water trine and a small water trine that makes this kite. So I've got and some other water signs, even though I'm an Aquarius sun and Capricorn rising, very mental energy. I've got all this water that influenced me growing up where sometimes I thought I was emotionally unstable because when you're in a fire moon and then you go to an earth moon and then you go to an air moon and then you go to a water moon, it's just like shoot, 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 shoot. You're just all over the place every 2 to 3 days till you really ground yourself and learn to ground yourself. But understanding and following the moon energy, you understand why people are acting the way they are, because we're all influenced by it, especially eclipses and full moons and new moons and different lunar cycles. But I feel like that's what they have for you, breath of fresh air. So hopefully that helps. Thank you again for your donation and many blessings to you. All right, we got Jazz in the house. Hey, Jazz, good to see you. I got your free reading. We'll get you on to the list here. Oh, your moon is in Scorpio. Oh, so you get it. that deep diving emotional energy. So yeah, and I just got the Queen of Cups. So very empathic energy you are. Well, that's why we talked about when you said earlier observing versus um, experiencing, right? So cheers to you. Thank you again. I love it. All right. So we'll continue on here. We've got Michelle Smith up next, and then my baby is up after that. And that might be it for donations for now. And I'm almost reaching, I'm almost at 2 hours. So we will start some free readings here soon as well. All right. So, Michelle Smith, you are up. Michelle, thank you for your donation via Zcash app. There is your timestamp. And did see up here. There it is. Oh, that's right. Message from your ancestors. Awesome. Awesome. Let's take a look here and see what your ancestors would like to bring in here. If I can shuffle the cards, so we'll do one more attempt here. All right. There we go. Much better. All right. So let's take a look here. What do your ancestors want you to know? Okay, we've got this one. Do you want this one next? Then this one. Then this one. Then this one. Then this one. All right. All right. Yeah, I feel like this one card is you. And then all these others, what comes before, and then these are what comes after. So I love this energy. Let me just, I'm falling off my seat here. There we go. Just my little back. There we go. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we've got this Queen of Wands energy, which does show this, I don't know, it's like this monarchy, right? And this like you are this monarch in the family tree of these ancestors. And maybe, maybe you were in the past life too, part of this family tree. We don't always stick with the same family tree. We like to experience the entire orchard of family trees because we get to glean all the wisdom and all the experience of every family tree when we appear within that bloodline. Um, and then a lot of bloodlines intermix anyway, and then we're like, okay, that was a fun one. Let me try this one this time. And then this one this time. We're just like, sometimes we'll jump from tree to tree. Some individuals really are committed to helping a specific bloodline um, change things, and they'll appear uh, a lot of times within that family tree as different people. So when you do ancestry.com, sometimes you're like, "Oh, there I am. I appeared again." But we'll see this, what this is coming in here, what message they want here for you. Um, the card that represents you, yeah, the 9 of Swords, the remover of expectations, the removal of some beliefs and thoughts, transformational energy. The 9 of Swords is nightmare and insomnia energy, but it is also this energy of I'm on the verge of the 10 of Swords, which actually happens to be under this Queen of Wands, which is I am sick and tired of trying to live up to all these rules and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's, which the ancestors say are bad. We're the ones that keep passing it down from generation to generation. But obviously, here you are one of the rebels. You are one of the breakers of things that have been passed down, changing of thoughts, of approaches, of perspectives, of chains, of things that have been passed down. So, and I feel like you are stepping in as this Queen of Wands. She's the action. She's the action queen. She has the fire. She doesn't need protection. All the king, the knight, and the page of wands, they don't have black cats. They have salamanders or lizards that protect them from the heat of risk of the fire energy of the wand suit. but she doesn't need it. She's got the black cat because behind the scenes, she has the Queen of Cups, or the Cups energy, which is an empathic ability. And then also, um, with the wands is the spiritual energy. So this is intuition. This is knowing things. And if we're unsure of what to do next, we dial up above, and they're able to guide us on which route to go because we ask them of our own free will. Can you tell me? Make it an easy choice. Make it a no-brainer, left or right. And they're like, here's some information. That way is a fire-breathing dragon that will eat you. That way is paradise. Okay, well, I guess I'm taking a right. Unless you're in a mood to fight a fire-breathing dragon, then you'll go to the left, right? But they bring you information that makes it black and white, for you. But this is you with this Nine of Swords, the breaker of chains, the breaker of these thoughts and beliefs. Let's see what else your ancestors. So this is before, and the ancestors are saying, yep, Seven of Pentacles. Over time, things have been harvested and passed down from generation to generation. They're showing me like a vineyard of grapes that have been, implemented over and over and over and over. Like, you know, it's been grown and grown and grown and grown and grown. And that over time, they're showing that they've adapted this grapevines to grow them differently, they pollinated them differently. They brought these different things in, and it's changed over time. And I feel like that's what they're saying is it took a long time for us to get from where we were to where we are now, but it doesn't have to take that long to make change. It can change in a generation. I love that. You got the devil card, yeah. Some long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that no longer serve, the shaking and the rattling of a lot of mindsets. So I do see this energy in here and this change of energy. Again, it's the questioning these long held beliefs. And that's what you're doing with this Nine of Swords energy. You are the breaker. Yeah. And the rebel. I was like, I don't know if you're an Aquarius. I forget sometimes what people are. But here's the rebel energy of the Aquarius star energy. And I like this because I saw something that talked about the star card and that they're pouring out. It's like, what are they pouring out into the earth? This is new thought, new belief, new ways of looking at things. Because that's what Aquarius energy does. It's the old ways don't work anymore. There's new ways, there's new things that need to happen. There's new things that, new ways of looking at things and thinking. So there is this change of thought and belief and this energy. It's like you are the rebel for this family tree. Yep, the Five of Wands. We've got all this family and gathering. I feel like they're telling us here that you're not alone when it has here, because this is like friends energy too, that you're all working together. And you definitely have like specific ancestors that are working with you to help you transmute this energy. I feel like we might have talked about this before, but they're there for you to hand pain of the family tree over to them. They take it into their high hearts because they're on the other side. They've got, the capacity to take in the pain, transmute it, and hand it back to you as love energy and energy that's like a healing salve for the family tree. And so I feel like, they're reiterating that. I feel like you know that already, but you have them that are not assigned, but they volunteered to be those in go betweens between the family tree in the spirit world and you are representative in the physical world. But you also are not alone. There's other people that will become, if you haven't become aware of them yet in the family tree, and it might even be in a branch that's further away, that maybe if you've done ancestry.com, you know of this branch of family, but I feel like there's different, branches, that there's people in each of the branches to help with each of those. I feel like you're gonna become aware of them, maybe at a family reunion, some sort of you come across each other's paths, and I feel like there's 2 others besides you that, one dealing with this branch, one dealing with this branch, and you dealing with this branch. But you're not alone in it. There are other people that are also helping heal this big family tree, um, that are there. And yeah, I like this. The resting place. Something about visiting some monuments, visiting some grave sites, and seeing the tombstones and the mausoleums and different things. I feel like they're encouraging you to, if you've been wanting to go visit them, the ones that are in the country that you are, or, traveling and going to visit and visit some of the homeland, um, is what they're calling it. So, whatever that resonates for you. But I feel like it's returning, and doing that will help, put some stuff to rest. It's like almost making the journey you're making the journey as a quest for the family tree too. So I like that, if that all resonates. That's all what happened before leading you up to this, and then here's what comes after with these 4 cards. Yep. Looks like there is a joyful gathering or celebration. So maybe that is a family reunion. Maybe they're saying, wink, wink, maybe nudge, nudge. There might be a nice big family reunion to organize. Maybe that's how you meet these other people, is to say you'd like to get together for a giant celebration of some sort. Um, Either that or it's a wedding or some sort of gathering that's happening, but it feels like there's this get together. Yeah, and you have the King of Wands. So this is you, you know, both your masculine and feminine fire energy here. It's you deciding. See what I was talking about with the protection with the salamander. So the king is protected, from risk. So if you're like, well, I don't know, is that, bringing families together? It's like you have the power to do so. You just have to decide it's what you want, put a plan together. You will be protected in it all, but you're the one that's kind of leading it and taking the lead to do this if that resonates for you. Yeah, it will help transform some low vibration emotion into higher vibration. It'll help. This bridge usually doesn't stand out to me a whole lot, but you'll help build a bridge between, you know, maybe some, um, what do they call it when like a split of a tree, you know, whatever split, it can help build the bridge between it. Yep, and the Lover's card. I like this. Power of emotional choice coming in here, Gemini energy coming in here. Important relationships are formed, but I do feel like it's, angelic bringing people together. And I like this because what, and if you'll recognize what happened before with the chains and things that were formed in the past, this is what it transforms into. It's instead of that, it becomes this. So instead of feeling, um, heavy and restricted and of the mind, it becomes something of the heart, there as well. So I like that for you. Hopefully that all resonates for you there. You're like, oh God, I don't want to plan a family reunion. Well, if you reach out, you can get some help. But I feel like, it if at the very least, it's that you're energetically able to connect with those special, volunteers within the family tree to help transmute and transform energies, um, even without a family gathering, a family reunion, or, physically doing things. There's a lot spiritually and emotionally that you can do, but, because they never have any expectations, our ancestors. They're like, "We see it all, we know it all. It's all experience and fun." But, if you want a project, if you're bored, here you go. Your dream ritual card, yeah, or you commit to it. You got commit. Beautiful, all these fishies. And let's see what this brings in here. Yep, right here. Yeah, so the ritual is about looking within, and the insight, the nocturnal insight, says the inward, upward gaze suggests in this dream ritual, suggested in this dream ritual, correlates to both the third eye chakra or spiritual energy center in metaphysics and the area of the brain associated with dreaming, according to brain scans. Affirmations are positive statements that you think or say to yourself repeatedly to help you reprogram your mind. Changing those mindsets is what we were talking about in your reading, right? Like mantras, which must be spoken out loud, whereas affirmations can be repeated in your mind too, they are potent self help tools. Remember, your mind believes whatever you repeatedly tell it with your thoughts. If you want to have life changing and highly creative, inspirational dreams, it helps to feel confident about your own dream power. The more you tell yourself you are a big dreamer, the more likely you are to recall them. Before performing this ritual, be sure to identify clearly any limiting beliefs you have about your dream work, and then use the power of this one single, clear, and focused affirmation to clear them right out of your mind, heart, and soul. Eliminate all those doubts with your confidence and conviction. If doubt does appear, refuse to give it any airtime. Simply repeat the affirmation with even greater intensity and focus. I'll read the ritual here. It's a small one. Um, it says it helps to personalize your affirmations, but always keep them as short and as clear as possible. Too many words will dilute their potency. You want the words to be as obvious, simple, and easy to recall as possible so that each time you say them, they instantly upgrade your belief. That we were talking about upgrading and changing beliefs. That's hilarious. I just love that. Affirmation should also be in the present tense and presented as statements rather than requests. You need to say them as if they were already a reality. Your dreams matter. It's funny, a lot of this affirmations I talk about in tomorrow's making the most of the moon energy of the full moon lunar eclipse that's coming up. So your dreams matter. You are already in a committed relationship with them. Have confidence in yourself and your dreams, and the rest will take care of itself. Indeed, it's a truth universally acknowledged that self belief and dream power go hand in hand. Your mantra is, "My dream recall is vivid." But the ritual, which is called Look Within, says, before sleeping, but also at any time of the day and as often as you like, take a moment to yourself and close your eyes. Focus your attention on your head first, and then on your forehead, and then the area between your eyes. You can touch your forehead if it helps. With eyes still closed, turn your internal gaze from looking straight ahead to upward, so it points to the area on your forehead between your eyes. Don't strain or force this upward internal gaze. You may find that it happens naturally. Say out loud or in your mind, "I dream big." Pour all your intention and belief in the obvious truth of this clear statement and repeat it 3 times. Turn your internal gaze back to looking straight ahead and then open your eyes. So I like that. That's the affirmation. I dream big. And I feel like that's about your sleeping dreams, but maybe this dream about your family tree is also like, I don't dream small, I dream big. I'm gonna bring in this big family reunion. We'll start with this family reunion, Then I'll reach out and see if they'll do a family reunion. I'll reach out and see if they'll do a family reunion, and then let's do a huge one planned for, next year or something, Um, but I like that. However that resonates for you. All right, that's what they have for you, Michelle. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. Many, many blessings to you. All righty. So let me do here. Let me see. Check some timestamps here. Okay. So we had some more people come in. Let me do some shout outs here. So we had Ankita come in. Hi. Kat Mia. Hello, hello. Get you on the free list. And Ankita, I see your free reading there too. We'll get you on the list here. We got Rose Grump. Hey, Rose. All is well. It is well. I don't see a question yet from you. So if you have one, can throw it out there. And we'll get you onto the list here. We do have Ashvin Ray as well. So Ashvin, thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the donation list here. Where we're at for donations. Up next, we've got My Baby. And then Maria P, thank you. I got your additional donation via PayPal. And then Ashvin, you'll be up after that. And I'm at 2 hours and 11 minutes. So depending on timing here, around 2.5 hours, I do step away from donations to complete 30 minutes of free readings. Any donations that I have to complete, I go back and finish those. And then I go back and try to finish as many free readings as I can as well. So that's the skinny. All right. So I think we are all caught up. So cheers, everybody. All right. That is getting very hot. Let's reduce the heat on that. All right. So My Baby, you are up to 11:47. So here is your timestamp here. And thank you for your little nope sticker and your donation, of course. So you want a message from spirit guides and angels, prediction for the weekend and next week. All right. Let's see what we got coming in here. So spirit guide and angel message there. And that there too. It must be they wanted separate. Spirit guides and angels. They're like, let's do separate here. And then prediction for this weekend. We got those two. And then for next week, we got two. So we got two, and two. I can get it. All right. Oh, and then on the bottom, you have the Lover's card, which is the power of emotional choice, the power between two choices. So I like this overall energy because it does tell you that no matter what happens in the outside world, you get to choose what emotion you want to feel. Even if you react into a lower vibration emotion, because a fear was triggered and we're freaking out. Once we come back to calmness at some point, we can go, how do I want to feel about this now? And I can change it. And I can, in a way, look at what trigger I was going through so that I don't have to be triggered again, or it'll trigger less and less and less, and the impact can become less and less and less as you're stepping into your emotional power of choice, going, I'm not at the whim of the outside world. I can choose to feel how I want about something, not what I've been told I'm supposed to feel or I'm reacting into because of what I've been kind of conditioned and through habit are reacting in something. I'm going to change how I feel about something and realize, wow. And even there's this realization energy that's coming in here that I feel like if you haven't witnessed something recent, you will experience something very soon. That something that like would have happened a year ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, you realize how you've changed and how you went from reacting to responding. They're reminding me of something my host and I were just talking about today. Something that would have happened to her 4 years ago, she was like, I would have freaked out. If 'cause she got someone from her past reached out to her via Instagram, and before they would have went, my heart would have been beating out of my chest and going, oh my God, what do they want? What's going on? Blah, 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 blah. This time they just kinda laughed. "Oh, I wonder what they want," and they realized, and this is what the memory they just, had me to bring to you is I feel like that's what you're gonna experience. You're gonna be like, something that you would have, like, freaked out about a year ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, now you're just kinda like, "Huh, that's funny." So I like this recognition of growth. I feel like that's part of the message that from spirit guides and angels. Yeah, spirit guides are saying with the Queen of Cups, you've really expanded your emotional energy. And with your empathic abilities, with your gifts, with this emotional energy, you really have honed your bubble to where you're not taking on a whole lot of emotions from other people like you used to, where it would be overwhelming. Now it's more you can observe them, but not have to take them on as your own and experience them. You really have been identifying what's other people's emotions, what is the emotion I'm feeling in the moment, what is the emotion from my inner child, and even what are the emotions from my past lives. You're recognizing the source of emotions. And I feel like that's something that your spirit guides have been working on with you because you've asked them to either before you came down here and or while you've been down here going, I really want to be able to recognize this and not feel like I'm ruled by outside emotions, but that I can choose my own emotions. Again, coming back to this power of emotional choice coming in. Your angels underneath that, yeah, it's all about the emotion, the quest of self love. You know, every night has a quest. This quest is for the Ace of Cups. Um, and your angels have been helping you on this adventure of discovering your self love, helping you let go of mindsets that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve you, energy that doesn't serve you, even physical things that don't serve you. And there's been this, support through all this. And I feel like you just need to know that right now is that you've never been alone in this adventure, that they've been right there along with you, bringing you energy, both emotional energy, mental energy, spiritual energy, and physical energy to help you, every step of the way. And they'll continue to be with you along this as well. Predictions for this weekend, you've got the Judgment card, which is your higher self calling you to see things from a different perspective. Feel like you're getting clarity around what is your calling? What is it? What's one of the big things that you wanted to experience? How you uniquely want to share this love in your heart with the world in your own unique way. And I feel like if you're not doing something this coming weekend in regards to your calling, I feel like you're going to get inspired by something this weekend. Yeah, because you are ready here with the full card to start this new adventure, to let go of a lot of expectations and to see the world full of possibilities. So I feel like it definitely feels like a new beginning energy. I mean, you got the 20 card of the major arcana, which after that comes the world card, number 21, and that's then starts you start over at the 0. So it's like there's this in between that you're moving from one old cycle into a beginning of a new adventure, and I feel like it's the start of it is this weekend because it feels like you get called, then you'll move into I'm done. I'm ready to leave some old stuff behind, move into something new, let go of some expectations, look at things from this world of possibility, and then you start this new adventure eventually. But I feel like this weekend, there's a spark of some sort. Next week, you've got the Queen of Swords, the balance between head and heart. So this is like the mind steps in. Oh my god, I love this. So the mind steps in, where the mind used to bully the heart, going, "No, no, 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 heart, you don't know what you're talking about. Zip, zip it, put a gag, put you in the cellar. We're gonna lead," is what the mind does originally, because the emotional body is created from inside the womb up to 7 years old. Then the mind, the thinking mind, kicks in from 7 to 14, and it goes, "Shh, shh, cause us too many troubles with your emotional outburst, heart. You need to go into the cellar, and I'm gonna lead." And it kinda bullies the heart in a way going, "No, no, no, we're gonna protect you." And so it's more protective than bullying, but it kind of feels that way because the heart's like, but," and they're like, "No, no, no, shh, shh, shh. You need to stay quiet. We're gonna keep you down there, where no one can see you because, um, you cause, again, your emotional outbursts, either crying or tantrums, get us punished and in trouble. Yeah, when you're joyful, they all celebrate, but, more you get us in trouble, so we're gonna put you in the basement." Well, this with this Queen of Swords, this is the liberation of your heart with all this heart energy, living your life from your heart instead of your mind, and your mind then becomes supporting the heart now because the heart is matured. It's ready to do something of higher vibration, not lower vibration. So the mind goes, "I will now support you in this," which, what was I talking about? The world card. So next week, you get a lot of clarity coming in around what is this ending of the old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, this victory energy. So I feel like you start with this weekend with the inspiration. Next week, you get clarity around what you're going to do, and then you will eventually move into this new adventure free of expectations. And limitations of the mind, and then you get to move forward from that. So I love that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me just put these in here. But yeah, definitely, it feels like there's a culmination happening here. I mean, I would be like, I wouldn't be surprised if you're like, "Well, I'm going to a retreat this weekend and to focus in on this thing that's my dream." I mean, that's kind of energy that I feel could come in this weekend, is that you're just really like getting a lot of clarity around what is it I want to do? Where is it that I want to head, right? Yeah, you got that balance. Like I said, the balance between the head and the heart. And here's the timing. Tick tock, baby, tick tock. Let's see what this brings in here. Of course, this is about dreaming of our sleeping dreams, but it's also energy of what's going on in our waking world. So this one is wake up the dreaming mind. I love that because it's, the mind is, this energy of the human mind that's kind of influenced by fear, but it's the higher mind that you're waking up that is more in alignment with our high heart, and that's what's waking up. So it says your dreaming mind loves to tell you things that you don't already know about yourself. It wants you to constantly discover new perspectives and in the process unlock your untapped creative potential. But your dreams reflect who you are and what you think about during the day. If your waking routine and thoughts are predictable, you starve your dreaming mind of content to revisit and reinterpret in your dreams. The more stimulated your brain and the more rewarding your daily routine, the more insightful and awake your dreaming mind can be at night in your dreams. In essence, if you want your dreams to be memorable and meaningful, you need to recharge your brain. This ritual can help you cultivate the ideal dream inducing mindset. Asking your brain to remember the previous 24 hours of your waking reality in reverse order seriously challenges your logical or rational left brain, which adores order. That's the one that would bully and try to get the heart in order, right? When you are awake, your rational brain is the boss. It overshadows the more creative, intuitive, and imaginative right side of your brain or your heart, which is where your dreams are born. But when you fall asleep, your rational mind switches off, allowing your creative mind freedom to express itself in your dreams. This is why your dreams don't obey the logical laws that govern waking reality. They come from a different place where there are no rules. You are free and anything is possible. Every time you perform this ritual, it will completely blindside your rational brain's waking dominance and bring some much needed balance. It sends a message to your dreaming mind that you're truly willing to override the dominance of logic and are ready to be surprised by the irrational creativity of your dreams. Don't worry if when you first attempt this ritual you find it tough. It's like writing with your non dominant hand. It will take time. You're programmed to think forward, and this ritual requires you to suspend reason and order and think backward. Be patient with yourself as you may only manage 10-second bursts at first, but even that is enough to send the right message to your dreaming mind. Keep practicing, and over time, you will feel comfortable thinking back to front and upside down. Your mantra, my dreams never fail to surprise me. I will read the little, it's a really short ritual to wake up the dreaming mind. It says, set a timer on your phone for 1 minute. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and focus on the present moment on what you're doing and thinking right now. Wherever you are in your day, tell yourself you're now going to remember the last 24 hours in reverse order. Start from the present moment and then work backward in time, recalling as much as you can in reverse order and including any dreams you've had in that backward moment. Stop your reverse motion thought experiment when the timer goes off. So I love that because you're training your brain to think differently. And that's what that whole what we were talking about, right? So I love that for you. That is what we have. So many blessings to you, my baby. Thank you again for your donation. All right, what are we at? 226. I think I'll put one more reading here and then sorry, Ashavin. Hey, Alice. And then just Alice. Um, I'm gonna do about 30 minutes of free readings. I'm gonna complete Maria's here. Maria P, the second one. And then I'm gonna do 30 minutes of free readings, and then I'll circle back around for Ashvin and just Alice. So you'll put your question out there, and that's what we'll do. And then whatever I don't finish in free readings, I will I'll skip, not skip, I will complete and skip over to after we're done with donations. All right. So Maria, thank you for your additional donation. We got 227.17 for that one. So boom, there are both yours, and we'll circle back around for your free reading eventually here too. In fact, do we have yeah, we do have one on there for you. All right, so let's see here. This is via the PayPal. Let me pull up it here. All right. So you want to know Wally's thoughts on faster move. What is inspiring him to work on the move faster? Your kid's gift. A message from Wally to you. No flirting around. You mean you or him? Jeff saw you walking. I look back. Oh, you looked back serious. His thoughts. Oh, because meaning I didn't want to talk. Like you gave him the look. All right, let's take a look here. So Wally's thoughts on faster move. Yeah, Ace of Wands. Yeehaw, he's inspired. So he does want to move things faster with this Ace of Wands. It is action energy. I'm hearing fire horse. We're in the year of the fire horse. So that energy is including and all the eclipse energy of fast endings and beginnings. All of this energy of change and we're right in the middle of this eclipse energy. I just feel like, all of that astrological energy, all of this stuff is coming to a head that's just making him really motivated to want to make change and want to make, the endings and stuff. What's inspiring this, the kids with the gifts? Well, they also have this clarity, this balance. This is Libra energy, which is about balance, but it also rules over the house of relationships. So, and I feel like it's part of that, I know in your first reading it's like the gifts from your children really just end your relationship with you with what was going on today and recently. It just feels like they're like, I don't want this to be where I escape to. I want this to be my norm. And I feel like that's the kind of energy that, came in with that. A message from Wally to you? Yeah. The sun, the sun card, the brightness, just know that there's this energy here of, um, it's brightness and victory and, gratitude. And I like that. The message is focus on what is and focus on the sun and the moment and what's happening now would be their message, right? Because when we get sucked into the future and get focused on the past, we get out of the moment where gratitude and love and joy exist, and we end up in fear. We end up in lack when we look back and forward, especially if we're looking back into what's not happening. And, you know, that's how we end up projecting the past of the things that we fear and didn't like onto the future instead of living in the now, living in the moment. I feel like that's what's coming in with the sun card here too. Oh, I love that. And then, no flirting around. Yeah, you got the moon energy here. And, the moon energy, you got the sun and the moon together here. It's interesting because this is reflective energy of the moon. And what I feel spirit is saying, and I joked that you are them, but I feel like whatever your energy is what's reflected. Because it's like you're the sun and they're the moon, and then in their situation, um, they're the sun and you're the moon. So whatever you're doing is reflected in your experience, and I feel like that they're saying here is, are you flirting around? And if you are, then they are. If you're not, then they're not. So I like that energy because they're saying here, spirit is saying, whatever you are projecting is what you will experience. And that's because that's what the moon does. The moon is, lights up because of the sun shining on it, right? Interesting. So that's what they have for you. And then Jeff saw you walking, look back, his thoughts. Why do you care what he thinks, right? The two of wands. Again, there's this energy. Tend to get at the your one choice, your one interest with them here, with the two of wands, that you're an option for them and they're wondering if they could strike something, you know, between the two of you, again. Um, and even though you said you have a boyfriend, I don't want to talk. I looked back serious, it's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. But I feel like they always see you as an option of if I want you, I could get you, kind of energy. But I feel like the more you care about what they think and what's going on with them, your actions and your energy, tell you, that energy, right? So if I'm caring about what they think, why? Are you interested in them? Then if not, why care? Eliminate them because whatever you focus your energy on, you draw towards you, right? That's what the two of one says too. So if you're focusing in on, well, I wonder what they're feeling, I wonder what they're thinking. Well, are you interested in them? Obviously you are if you are wondering about them. And that's good to realize going, oh yeah, let me do some sort of conscious choice or ritual, candle ritual to break ties between us because I don't want anything with them. Um, I know where I want my focus, right? So I like that. Oh, and then let's see here. For your second one, you get a yin yang insights oracle, right? Yeah, I like this. So you get the North Node destiny energy. that comes in here, which is fate, evolution, finding your life path, karmic challenges, and rewards. So your north node in astrology is about what what is it that you want your life to become? You know, what is it? And decide, and that's what our north node shows us on our birth chart. South node is what we come into life with, what we revert to when we're freaking out and we're scared and we want comfort. We go back to our old ways. But north node is what kind of life do I want? And I'm focusing in on my kind of like my north star. What do I want to head toward? Let that be, my journey. So I feel like that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation, shuns. And we will circle back around for your free reading in a moment or so. So thank you, Shan. Sean's in the house. Hey, Sean, good to see you. Hello. I did just get your Cash App come through. So I'm at a little past 2.5 hours. So I'm going to uh, step and do some free readings, about 30 minutes of free readings. And then once I've done that, I'm going to come back and I'll finish all the donations. And then after that, I'll return whatever free readings I don't get to, I'll finish those out. But before we do all that, I do need to run to the little boys' room because all that coffee, because I also drank, it's kind of watered down. A lot of this. My host got me a Dutch Brothers. He's so nice to me. But I'm going to eliminate some of that coffee out of my system, and then I will come back, jump into some free readings, and then back into donations. So thank you guys for your patience. I'll be right back. All right. Let me scooch back into my little seat here. All right. There we go. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. So when I return, excuse me, burping up coffee. Donations, I've got Ashvin Ray, Just Alice, and Sean G is who I have right now. Oops, I just had another one come through. And then Maria, I see your additional one. So we will eventually circle back around for that too. I'll put you on there. Okay. But we're going to jump into free readings for about 30 minutes. So we start off with User PC. Hello, hello, in the house. I usually say User PC. There we go. All right. And you wanted a general reading. So let's see what we got here. So we got this one and this one here. Oh, I did want to put these back out too. Okay. So you've got the Three of Cups, Page of Pentacles here. I feel like there's this energy. You're really, this is about seeing your worth in relationship to the world in a different way, which is bringing you this opportunity with this Three of Cups. There's like this gathering more of like a tribe, more of like finding your people energy. And I feel like there's like because you've been evolving your feelings of self-worth over time, that sometimes we kind of outgrow some old friends groups and like you've grown beyond it where the energy doesn't match up like it used to. You don't It's like a butterfly after hanging around caterpillars and the caterpillars aren't changing to butterflies, but you are, and you're like, "Well, I don't wanna do caterpillar things anymore." "Well, like, let's go eat some leaves." And you're like, "Well, I like nectar now. I can't eat leaves anymore." And they're like, "Oh, come on." And you're like, "Alright, I'll go and pretend like you're eating leaves," and you're like, "Yum, yum, yum. I don't even have the mouth like I do anymore." I think butterflies have, like, that little thing that kind of unfolds that they, you know, get nectar and flowers and stuff. And it's just like it just doesn't feel the same anymore, and I feel like you've been looking for this tribe, this feeling, and I feel like you will find at least, like, a little group. It doesn't have to be a large group, but, like, 2 other people, like, there's 3 of you that really have this, like 3 peas in a pod. You guys really relate to one another and connect with one another. And I feel like that's what's coming in here, and they just want you to know that, it's okay to let some of the old go that, that you might have been friends for a long time, and it's okay just to kind of you don't have to, like, cut them off. You're like, "No, I want to." But you don't have to cut them off, completely, but you can just invest less energy, and I think you got the 8 of Cups reading a while ago, very recent, which is leaving behind relationships that don't serve you anymore. And there's this energy of because you're making space for this new group, these new individuals that align more with your spirit. And then for my free readings tonight, I'm also going to give everyone a little wisdom within card. And you got embrace the uncertainty. That's okay. It's like, well, who are these people? And I don't know, but it's like embrace it, go try new things, go to places that you're like, well, and you do because butterflies go to butterfly gardens, butterflies go to other places that caterpillars didn't go before. So go to these new places because that's where you'll meet these other butterflies. So I love it. That's what they have for you. User PC. So many blessings to you. All right. And Swaroop, Bobby, you are up to 4222. All these twos. My goodness. Here we are. And the coming week reading, please. What's coming towards you? Let's take a look here for this coming week. I don't want that. I want this one here. So you've got the Six of Cups and the Page of Swords. I do feel like you're going to be getting some new communication coming in from someone from your past. I don't feel like it's an ex, thank God, right? Unless there's one you really wanna hear from, but I don't even feel like this feels like so much romantic as more of like a friend that you haven't talked to in a very long time, or a relative who was a friend, like a cousin or someone that you were close to that either moved away. I don't feel like there was like a rift or anything. Doesn't feel like there was something like that. I just feel like they you went one way, they went another way, you kinda drifted apart, but I feel like you guys are coming back into either a temporary, you guys are near the same location, either you're moving somewhere or they're moving back or they're back visiting for a little while, and so you can reconnect, and so there is this next week. I feel like that's one of the big things that's happening is a significant person from your past is returning back, and there's this new communication that starts up, and I feel like it's just like you guys have never been apart. It's like that's the kind of relationship you guys always had. It didn't matter how much time passed in between, there is that. And if you have someone in your life like that immediately came to your mind, it doesn't hurt to reach out to them either. I feel like if you don't, they will, but I kind of feel like there's this nudge for you to reach out to them, and it's important to do so. So I like that for you. You also have the universe will never let you fail. Yeah, there is no failure. Everything always unfolds perfectly. There's always growth in every situation. So don't, don't feel like, "Well, what if they don't wanna talk to me? Oh, what if—" It's like it's time to reach out to them. So, I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria M9P, you are up. So this isn't Maria P, this is someone else. I've got a couple Marias on my list here, so this isn't this is someone else. So general for tomorrow. Let's see what we've got here. So you've got these two. All right. Wow, you got the two of wands and the page of wands. So this energy is about energy. Both of this wands energy is about action and choice. And the two of wands is about, I feel like this is two different um actions that you can take in a situation tomorrow. And with the page of wands, they're saying take the higher road because you could do one thing, which is lower vibration, reactionary, more out of fear, more out of expectation, more out of obligation. And the other is something that's more about self love, unconditional love, joy, laughter, peace, that kind of energy. And it's like, choose that way, go that way, is what they're nudging you, and because they're watching out for you, and that would bring you the best outcome that you're looking for. And I kind of feel like you're kind of course, you're asking for guidance, and so they're saying, "This is the way that we would recommend you go because it does bring you the best outcome. If you choose that one, you're gonna draw on something that matches that low vibration, and that's not gonna fare well for you, um, as much as choosing the other option, choosing something more joyful, something more from the heart than from obligation." So hopefully that resonates for you. I feel like that's what's coming. Let's see what your little wisdom card says. The more you focus on the present moment, the more you align with your inner peace. Yeah, so choosing joy in the moment. I know it's hard to read these. They don't really focus in here for some reason. But, that's what they have for you, Maria, so thank you again. Many blessings. All right, and then we got Jojo. Hey, Jojo. Good to see you. Hope you are well. You're probably sleeping, getting some rest maybe. So, Jojo, why do you feel so taken by— yeah, that's the way to say it. You're so funny. This person from Ghana that you met today. Such wow. All right, let's take a look here and see what the energy is here. Why you're so taken by them here. Something about here, we've got this home energy. So it's something about their country and the Six of Swords. There is this movement here. I feel here that in a past life you did live in Ghana, because this home energy is this feeling of home. And I feel like when you interact with them, it felt like home. I feel like there's past life energy possibly with this person, which you've been running across a lot of these people, but I don't feel like that was the thing that made it so wow, because it feels like it's more of this feeling of home in that their energy of their country, of their origins, is reminding you of something. Because I feel like at one point you lived there, but you had to leave by boat somewhere, and, and in a way, it kind of triggered this feeling, I wouldn't say homesickness, but it's the memories of home and what you miss about living there, in a past life. So I feel like it really bubbled up. Makes sense because 'cause we've got Mercury and Pisces and we're in the middle of this eclipse. Things are wide open in our subconscious, but I feel like that's a big piece of what is coming in there. So I like that. Let's see what your little wisdom within brings in too. But I definitely feel like it has to do with that type of energy that's there. It says, never make yourself small for anyone. Yeah. And I feel like that is what you had to do. You gave up in that past life. You gave up your desires and you went with whoever was wanting to go away, even though you were like felt like you were being torn away from your home. You you allowed someone back then to make you feel small, and now you feel like in your power, like I would never do it now. And who I am now is this person that you are in this lifetime. And it's a good feeling of strength that comes through with all of that energy too. So hopefully that resonates for you, Jojo. That's what we have for you. So many blessings. All right, CJ, you are up. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And a general read for the weekend. What do we got here? Boom, boom. What else? And that one. Wow, your cards came flying out here. Yeah, and you've got the moon card, which is the revelation. Something is about to reveal itself that makes you feel here with this 10 of Pentacles. It's a feeling of abundance, but it's also this energy around relationship and longevity. And so there's some emotional awareness that I feel is coming in here about what you want and what you don't want, and some surprising, like, "Oh, I don't want this. I don't want that," kind of energy, and it has to do around with success, but a big part of it does have to do with relationship energy. I feel here in who you'd wanna be with and who you don't wanna be with, and I feel like there's just something hidden that comes up this weekend that just brings a revelation to you. Like, it's a big epiphany around maybe it's a person, or maybe you have a couple of interests and you realize something about someone and you're like, "Oh, wow. No, I wouldn't wanna be with them because I didn't realize that about them," you know? And I feel like there's just a good revelation that comes in that, in a way, shines some bright light, you know, in a dark time, because that's what the moon does with the moon energy. You know, we're able during the day with the sun, we can't really look at the sun directly because it's, like, so bright, it burns our eyes, but we're able to see things that same sunlight energy, when it's reflected off of the moon, we can look at the moon and stare at the moon. So there's something that we wouldn't have been able to see at the regular time, but in this kind of darker time, shadowy time that is happening right now in your life, you're able to see things more clearly. And so I like that for you. Hopefully that resonates for you. I love that analogy though. Let's see what your wisdom within says here. It says, if not now, then when? Yeah. It's like, what are we waiting for to let something go? If not now with this new information, then when? Am I ready to say no to this and yes to this kind of energy? So it's like, what are we waiting for? You know what you need to do. You're getting the information to make the decisions a no brainer. And I like that for you. So that's what's coming in for you, CJ. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Ateshi Singh, you're up to 5323. Here we are. Hey, Blueberry. Good to see you. I'll get you added on the list here. I'm in the middle of doing 30 minutes of free readings. So, Ateshi, was Hugh being so painfully awkward and quiet today because he was shy or overwhelmed? Let's take a look here. What's going on here? Why were they being so pulled back, right? Yeah, we've got the Knight of Pentacles. They are a very slow moving individual. And the Six of Wands is, being in the spotlight, you know, standing out. And I feel like it is shyness because it's like, I don't want to be seen. I don't want to be standing out and all this. I feel like they're very, um, and I would say shy and overwhelmed, maybe introverted, not wanting to be so out there kind of energy. I feel like they're more slow moving, and they are on this quest. Excuse me, on this quest um, of finding their self worth here too. So that really makes it kind of the clarity coming in because eventually they would like to be able to be seen, but they're more, I feel like in the armor, they got this armor on and they would like to become this, but right now they're more this. So hopefully that makes sense. The armor protects them from being hurt and they've learned to stay small and quiet and protected. So this is new for them to be kind of out there. So sometimes you need to lose yourself in order to find yourself. Yeah. So I feel like they need, they are on this journey of trying to peel away the armor so they could be their true selves, but it's taking time with that Knight of Pentacles. So hopefully that helps, Ateshi. That's what they have for you. And then Brenda Globy, you're up to 5549. All right, let's take a look here. So, does H prefer A or L romantically? All right, so the energy that they have regarding A and regarding L. So, A, 10 of Swords, which I feel like H for A, they feel like they have a lot of expectations. I feel like H feels A has a lot of expectations and that they are not wanting to you know, live up to, and they're just kinda tired of feeling like, you know, I have to do so much and I get so little back. It's like I've gotta do all this just to get to 0 kind of energy. Towards L, though, I don't know if they're really romantically towards either, because with L, we've got the 6 of Swords, which is moving and letting go of expectations, and they're leaving choppy waters going to calmer waters. But both of these are mental energies, and I feel like H is really in their head around things, not so much in their heart around things coming in. So I kind of feel like there's this. If it was going to be between the two of them, I would say L would be a little more tilted toward them, but it feels like they're in their head. I feel like H has a lot of expectations, a lot of fear of disappointing people, and I feel like they are in H's mind, they feel like they're less likely by a smidge, 6 to 10, that they would, um, not disappoint L as much as they disappoint A. So they feel A has 10 roles, they feel L has 6 roles, but they're reducing theirs. So I feel like they and doesn't feel romantic, it feels more like, who would I choose that feels more safe, that I would less likely disappoint them and get rejected by them? So it doesn't feel like romantic, it feels like transactional almost, right? Let's see what the fortune cookie says here. The wisdom within. Let's see, what do we got here? Yeah. And it's interesting because you got 2 of them. So I feel like one says, "When you feel like you don't fit in, make space." And the other one is, "They entered your life for a specific reason to support you in a way that only they could." Um, and I feel like they kind of go back and forth with these, but it feels like the first one, um is like L's, when I saw it, and then the other one is like A, that A entered their life for a specific reason to support you in a way that only they could, but supporting it is by showing them, making them see all these expectations that they have on themselves, because both of them are mirrors showing H about themselves. So, I feel like A really is this big mirror for H, and L is too, But in H's mind, they're like, this one's less intimidating than, like L is less intimidating to them than A is. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's what they have for you, Brenda. So many blessings to you. See how we doing on time? 2:38. Okay, yeah, we still started at 2:30. We'll call it 2:39 for free readings. So at 3:09-ish, which is about 10 more minutes, is when I will stop with free readings and move back to donations. All right. So Leslie, you are up at 3 minutes even here. I mean, not 3 minutes, 3 hours, 3 minutes. What am I doing? So any ideas for this weekend? All right, let's take a look. All right. Let's take a look here. What do we have going on here? Yeah, I'm doing something different. You got 3 cards. 2 of them are fives. You got the 5 of Pentacles and the Hierophant, the major arcana number 5, and you have the Queen of Swords, the balance between head and heart. And it feels here, I just kind of have this energy of do something different this weekend. Do something, "Oh, I don't know if I would be enough, have enough." This fear of rejection, this fear of not having enough or being enough, but it's about change. Do something different. Do something that your heart wants, that your mind is okay with too. But it's like do something that your heart is leading you to. In fact, it feels like they're saying create a play date with your inner child to go do something that your inner child would love to do, whether it's, you know, playing games at an arcade or going on a swing set or going to a toy store. Even if you're not gonna keep the toy yourself, you can, like, get a toy and give it to a child on the street, but it's like, let your inner child, um, plan a play date with them, because feels like this is a, "Let's change things up. Let's get out of this free feeling of abandonment," because it's our inner child that experiences abandonment, and it's like, what is something your inner child felt that they were neglected, where they were turned down, where they, experience that feeling of lack, and go do that with them, whether it's getting an ice cream. And just imagine you're doing it with your inner child and let them enjoy the ice cream, enjoy the toy store, enjoy going to a movie. It's like do something, a play date with your inner child. I feel like is the idea for this weekend. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. Let's see, they want this one here. The wisdom within says, I am the luckiest person in the world. I love that. It's almost like saying this to your inner child. You know what? I am the luckiest person in the world to have you as the young me. And I love who we've become. And I am who I am today because of what you endured and what you stayed through. And I wanna treat you this weekend. Let's go do something, right? So I love that for you. How fun. Right? So that's what they have for you, Leslie. Many blessings to you. All right. We have mail in a love. You are up 0305. 030305. So here's your timestamp. And a general love reading. All right. So let's take a look here. What do they want you to know here? That one. Oh, and this one. All right. All right. Yeah. I feel like here you're really focusing in on looking at your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. You got the Ace of Swords, which is bringing you a lot of clarity, higher clarity from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, higher ways of looking at it instead of small t truths rooted in fear, old ways that you've been taught to define your worth, which is externally, right? When we define ourselves by the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationships with other people, situations or things, we feel unstable because all those things are. Humans, they change, they walk away, they pass away. So when we define ourselves by relationships, we feel unstable. Same thing with situations never stay the same, things, our bodies, our bank accounts. They break down, blow up, stolen, whatever, blah, 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 right? The external world, unstable, temporary. What we're looking for is inward and upward, which is the eternal unconditional love that we find when we connect with our higher self. That's the love we're looking for. And when we connect with that, that's when we, instead of feeling like we're retail price, where we're trying to understand how much we're worth to people in the outside world. Well, retail, things get marked down and end up on a clearance rack, right? Hardly anything keeps its value for very long in the outside world. You know, if you're a parka coat in Alaska during the winter, you are very well sought after, but and summer hits, you end up on a clearance rack, or if you're on a, that same parka coat on a tropical island during the summer, you don't even make it to a clearance rack. You're donated to Goodwill or something, because no one has the need for that. That's the weather of the outside world. Our values always fluctuating all out there. That's what makes us feel unstable. When we go inward and upward, eternal means forever. Unconditional, no conditions, not even one. Nothing we have to do to earn that love, nothing we can do to lose it. When our worth is defined in that, then we feel solid, we feel full. It doesn't mean we stop wanting things in the outside world. We just stop needing it. We stop defining ourselves by it. We're filling up and overflowing. Then whatever is given to us in the outside world, instead of feeling unstable and falling short, it feels like above and beyond extra, because it is. We're filling up from the inside and overflowing. Then what everyone gives us is, we could take it or leave it. And we want it, but we don't need it. And it is more fulfilling in fullness. I feel like this is the kind of energy regarding love, is you're discovering that everything in the outside world is a reflection, pointing you back to look inward and upward. And then once you find that, that's what transforms things. So I feel like regarding love, they're like, that is the biggest thing you can do. The more you raise your love vibration, the more you can receive and give love to the outside world, because every relationship, friends, family, lovers, whatever, is a reflection of your self-love. So the higher your self-love, the bigger the capacity to give and receive love to the outside world, but it also, you see it differently. Instead of lacking, you see it as abundant once you find that inner love. And so you're being pointed back to that, and that'll change things. Because if you keep doing what you've always did, you'll end up getting what you've always gotten: low vibrational, unstable, conditional love. When you go inward and upward and raise your vibration, you draw in someone that matches that instead. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Oh, let's get your little wisdom within card here. Don't want to cheat you out of that. Nobody fills your heart like you do. Nobody fills your heart like you do. Yeah, you know yourself better than everyone else. You're the love you've been looking for, right? All right, so that's what they have for you. Many blessings. All right, and then Maria P, for your free reading, here is your timestamp. Put free here so we know that, because we're about to circle back around for one of your other ones. So a general for you, love and work. So love and work. Love, yeah, you're letting go of some old ways of thinking, the old ones rooted in fear, and you're seeing things from this higher perspective. So you're letting go of some of these fear beliefs around love, about what things are supposed to be, should be, need to be, right? All that expectation, letting go of some more, seeing things differently is what's allowing movement in your relationship regarding love. So you're letting go of this old opinions and you're seeing things differently, is what is bringing a lot of this change that's coming in. Again, focusing more on what we're grateful for allows us to move forward. Yeah, work, you got the Ace of Pentacles. There is this abundant energy that's coming in. So again, I feel like you're going to be getting a raise here, new opportunity, and feeling of abundance coming in with work that's coming up here. So it feels very positive. I know we've been getting that in your other readings, but it's like it's coming here, right? And your fortune cookie is the journey is the process. Let's see if I can get it to focus. Nope. So the journey is the process. It's not about an outcome, right? We get into this rush of work and love and everything else in our life, and it's about, I want to get to there. But when you get to there, you want to get to there. And when you get to there, then you want to get to there. When we're in a rush, we don't get to enjoy it. We're just rushing through it. And then we get to the end of it and we realize, well, I took a lot of pictures, but I didn't enjoy the journey. When we take the time, understanding that there is no timing that has to happen. It's all about the now. We live in this moment, not the future, right? So that's what they have for that one for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. And thank you for all your donations. We will circle back to your other donation here momentarily. All right, let's take a look here. All right. So thank you so much, Sean, for your additional donations. Let me get all the list updated and we'll get back into stuff. So I'll get you ended on there. And we had some other people. Yeah, we had Blueberry. So hey, Blueberry, good to see you. We'll have you on the free list here. Let me see, was there anyone else here? So that is your question, Sean. I see all yours. Good, good, good. And I think I have everyone else, right? Yes. So for free readings, who I have remaining once I return back to them, we got Livier Vagata, Dream Stays, Jazz, Cat Mia, and Kita, and Blueberry is who we have. For donations, as I return back to those, Ashvin Ray is up first, then Just Alice, then Sean G, Maria P, and then back to Sean G for times two. So that is where we're at. So thank you guys again so much for all your love and support. Thank you for the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. It's something that you can do to show the channel or me some love. Helps the algorithm and YouTube to put us in front of more people so we can spread more love. So you're part of that love tsunami. And I'm so grateful for all of you that do that. All right, let's just shuffle the cards, get the energy activated here again. Take another sip of coffee here. Cheers, cheers to you. And let's get back into it. So, Ashvin, you are up 312.04. Is for your donation. And I can give that a love and a like since it lets me the way you did it there. So thank you for that donation. You like a general for March. Let's take a look here and see what does Spirit want you to know for March. Got this one and this one. These two. Well, you got a little dance going on here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. So what we have coming in here? Your underlying energy for March. You do have the Seven of Swords, which is an energy of like mindsets that are deceiving, that cheat us out of opportunities, that steal from us. But underneath that, you do have the Page of Swords, which shows that you are becoming aware of your thoughts and beliefs that have cheated you out of opportunities, which a belief about, it doesn't necessarily have to be like, oh, I can't do that. It can be like, oh, this is the way things have to be. This is the way it has to unfold. And that mindset is what keeps us restricted because we're going, no, no, creator, it has to be this way. And they're like, well, what about this way? No, I don't see that. It has to be this way. We limit the universe. We limit the creator. Whatever higher power you believe in, right? When we're like, no, 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 no. It has to be this way and this timing and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, well, that's on back order for 1,000 years. So if you want it exactly that way, there's a lot that has to happen to make that happen. But if you let some of that go and open up, then there's opportunities and possibilities that can come in. So I like that. Your little dance that goes on here. Yeah, you have the Six of Cups. There is some old childhood belief here in the month of March. This has to do something with, I feel like it's something that you learned from siblings and other children growing up. There's some sort of belief that was formulated. I'm seeing more schoolmates. So whatever happened at school, there's something that kind of bubbles up and you realize, wow, this belief is an echo of something that happened all the way back in like elementary school. And when you go back and look at that, you're like, wow, going back and kind of nurturing your inner child and going, I'm with you now. And what they said or how someone treated you, whether it was a teacher or schoolmates, that's not true. I'm telling you what this means about you. You don't have to listen to them. And I feel like you transmute and change some belief that originated back then. Yeah. And it's stepping into your power. Again, you have the Capricorn devil card energy here of Saturn, which is some long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that you're breaking through. The Queen of Wands is stepping into your power, realizing I'm the one that gets to decide. I'm the ruler, not them. And I like that this sense of, you like Cinderella, how not Cinderella. Yeah, Cinderella is the one that I forget which one it was. I think it was the one with Drew Barrymore when she played Cinderella, and, um, I think it was her, 'cause in the end, when it was, um, the prince and, her they got married, and so she was the queen or the princess, and then they brought the evil stepmother in front, and they were like, "Oh, please don't." They were thinking they could schmooze their way into the palace and not get punished. They ended up, "Oh, no, you can live in the palace, but you'll work in the laundry." It's like this energy of changing, of stepping into authority where before we felt like we were beneath everyone. Now you have this energy, not that you're above everyone, but stepping into your authority. And I feel like there's something like this that happens here in March for you. Yeah, the 6 of Wands, feeling uplifted, feeling victorious instead of feeling defeated because of this change. It makes you stand out. It makes you feel like I deserve to be seen. I deserve the victory instead of I don't deserve this kind of energy. Yeah, and we've got here again this, King of Swords. Yeah, the 8 of Cups is walking away from emotions that don't serve you anymore. And it does have to do with education. And there might be things that reverbed here. I feel like it started somewhere between 7 years old and younger, so I do feel like it started in elementary school, but I feel like whatever this was that happened in, like, grade school, it echoed into higher education, into college, into work and business and career, that it's this echo that keeps going until we go back to the original, transmute that and change that, release that, feel that, and then, embrace our inner child, and then it just puts things in different order, and it changes your mindsets. Yep, and you have the Queen of Pentacles, this mother nature, mother nurture, this victory, this harvest energy that comes in. So there is this change because there's this unworthiness of something that goes way back. Um, and though you might consciously feel, no, no, I deserve this stuff, your inner child who controls what is allowed to come into the city gates, they're the gatekeepers. They're like, nope, we don't deserve that yet. They won't let it come in. So, even though our conscious self says, oh, I deserve all this, if our inner child says, then it ain't going to happen. So it's important to make peace with that inner child, with what they experienced, because otherwise they'll keep vibrating it out into more situations in the future too. So it's a great time. It's a wonderful kind of healing energy that's coming in here. And then your fortune cookie is inspire. Yeah, I love this. Even if it's around music, like, "Oh, I can't play an instrument. You'll never be good enough." They're reminding me, my mom, um, of course, when she was in grade school, the music teacher, um, embarrassed her in front of everyone and said, "If you're gonna sound like a cat, a dying cat, go wait in the hall." And instead of helping her and encouraging her, she'd, like, embarrassed her, whatever. Of course, when they went home, they all her brothers and sisters and everyone, they told what happened, and so her mom ended up going to the school and getting them fired, which is a great story. But, there is this energy of if you were something that was said when we're younger can just follow us, and throughout her life, all the way up into her 40s and 50s and 60s, she was afraid to sing, and, um, and she got to overcome that and realize, "Yeah, I'm not a bad singer," and I'm like, "No." So, I love that. So, inspire. This is, binaural beats and sacred sound ritual. And the Nocturnal Insight says, like dreams, sounds can express things that words cannot. Both can calm and energize, heal and stimulate, and both can take you somewhere far away. And I feel like there was words that were said when you were younger that took you somewhere far away in a lower vibrational way, and they kinda kept you there, but this is about returning back to yourself. The Mozart effect is well documented. Listening to great music has been shown to improve concentration and boost mood because it wakes up your logical and creative parts of your brain at the same time. The logical part works on pattern recognition, leaving the creative part free to imagine. Binaural beats are two separate frequencies played at the same time, but which enter each ear individually. You need to wear headphones or earbuds when you listen to them, as your brain works on blending the two frequencies into a single harmonized one. You can find many binaural beat tracks and apps free online, so do some research and find one that resonates best with you. The sounds range from humming to rushing noises like running water or waves. Regularly listening to binaural beats can encourage the theta brain state linked to meditation, deep sleep, and vivid dreaming. Be aware that when you first listen to binaural beats, they may sound odd, but remember that you're not listening to music or a song, but sounds specifically designed by technicians to create frequencies that can guide your awareness into a state of deep relaxation. Just listen to the sounds, let them do their harmonizing work, and see where they take your dreaming mind. If you don't want to fall asleep with headphones on or earbuds in, just listen for 10 or so minutes before sleeping. You can also set aside time in the day to listen. It's best to do this in a quiet place. And if after experimenting you find listening to binaural beats annoying rather than calming, melodic music is a great alternative. Listening to music a little every day can boost your creativity and energy, and soothing sounds of nature or solo piano or harp. They can induce calm and encourage you to listen to the soundtrack of your dreams. Your mantra is I listen to my dreams. I'm getting two messages here. One um, has to do here with that you're, doing this kind of stuff that you're in your dream time, they can help take you back to those things. You can ask your inner child before going to sleep, going, "Hey, when I go to sleep tonight, bring back the memory so that I can remember what it is." If you can't remember it, they can take you there in your dreams. And you can be there with your inner child and transform the emotions there. The other thing that reminds me of is when I had um it's not EMP, that's electronic pulse. Um, ENTP? It's where it was therapy that I was having where they played, music. It went in and this year, this year, this year, this year, and they took me back, to my childhood, to the origin of one of the emotional things that happened that freaked out my little inner child when I first walked in. I think I was like in first grade. I walked into the house by myself, without anyone home, because my brother was supposed to walk. Used to walk home with me every day. He was my older brother, but he decided to go down and play, and I went in the house by myself. No one was home, and it freaked me out, and it made me mistrust. And it was the beginning of some stuff. but it's, I was gonna say ESP, ENTP. It's something it's a therapy, but it reminded me of that, and if you don't do it in your dreams, something that can help get to the root of some stuff is that kind of therapy, that works, so whatever resonates with you, but I feel like this is important for you because it is releasing some long-held beliefs, so that's what they got for you. So many blessings to you, Ashvin. Thank you again for your donation. All right, let me take another sip here. All right, and we're up to just Alice. So, Alice, you're at 325.02 for your timestamp. There we go. And thank you for your sticker and your donation. So, you want to know Kyle's recent thoughts and feelings about you, especially since you've been ignoring him all day. Can you clarify why he was debating on ending things with the death card in the last reading? I'm thinking about ending things with him too. All right, let's take a look here. So Kyle's, all right, thank you. Recent thoughts, feelings, all right. Why was he debating ending things? All right, look at those. I think these are below the surface here. All right. Yeah. Well, we do have the bottom of the deck. We have the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from relationships or emotions that don't serve anymore. So there is that energy from both of you guys there, right? Let's see here their thoughts right now. After doing that, they're at the crossroads here. Their head is battling with their heart, about what to do. So their mind kind of feels like in this pausing energy, like I see them like standing at a crossroads going, well, if I go this way, da 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 da. If I go this way, da 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 da. But on the other hand, if I go this way, da da da, just feel like they're standing still, contemplating, going back and forth between head and heart, what the pros and cons and different things are. And I just feel like they're caught in this inner conflict and undecided and trying to decide kind of energy. Feelings, well, they do have the 10 of cups. So they do have this joy and they do have this emotion that's there. So their heart is definitely activated, but it feels like their mind is keeping them in a loop, right? It's like there's this it's almost like I feel like they're going in circles. They're talking in circles. Their mind is, their emotions, their heart's going, well, I really feel this, and and they're like, no, 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 no. We've got this, again, going back, they're bringing back the 9 of cups, which is the dream come true energy of this mirage, right? They keep on going, well, we want this. And the heart goes, that's BS. You can't have that. We can have this. And they're like, no, 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 no. This is what we're supposed to have. No, this is. And they're like, and it's like this argument that just keeps going in circles and circles and circles there. Um, So they have a lot of emotion there, but the brain is the troublemaker always, right? Why was he debating on ending it? And we've got 3 on top and then 3 on the bottom. And 3 on top, here's the number 10, which is endings and beginnings. They got this faded energy. Let's see what else we've got here. Yeah, we got the Fool card, a new adventure, freedom. Again, endings and beginnings, and the Page of Cups. So it does feel here. The clarity is that you know, that's like an 11 in the emotional area, right? Well, yeah, 10, but the mind is going, but we want an 11. It's like the the heart's going, the scale is 1 to 10, there is no 11. Well, I want an 11. It doesn't exist, but their mind is thinking, well, you know, there's got to be some maybe it's out there and this freedom with the full card, which is no expectations, no thread of disappointment is the energy that kinda comes in there, and that's what scares them. That's what the mind is going, "Well, we have this, in a way, it's almost like if sometimes we're attracted to people who are unavailable in our lives. It's almost that same kind of energy, and I'll explain it here in a sec, but it's like if we're attracted to people who are married or people who can't commit, it's because it feels safer. I'm never gonna have to expose my true heart because they'll never leave their partners or whatever. Where kind of with this is if I have this unobtainable idea and goal of who people have to be, no one will ever live up to it, and I never have to open my heart fully because my mind will keep my heart from moving forward because it's not meeting this unobtainable goal. See how it's kind of like this self-protection that happens, and that's what a lot of humans do. Because we're emotionally unavailable to ourselves, we'll try to choose situations that don't allow us to be emotionally available. We set other people up for failure by having like people need to be perfect by all these changing rules all the time. Impossible, right? And that's what the heart is saying. Dude, you're creating this impossible task. I'm never going to be able to express in my who I am and receive. And the mind's like, is that a bad thing? And the heart's like, yes. Below the surface here. So that's the reason why they were thinking of ending it because they're like, that's their pattern. Unobtainable, people can't reach it. So let me leave it and continue to search it for someone. Then I never have to be hurt. Underneath the surface, what do we got here? Yeah, there is a lot of emotion that wants to be expressed, a lot of hidden emotion with the moon energy. There's a lot of hidden hurt, a lot of stuff that, is what's keeping the block up with the 9 of Wands. There's this barrier that's been created for protection, and there's a lot of stuff subconscious that they not even might not be conscious of that happened to them when they were younger that needs to be, um, addressed for them to release it. And they have the Justice card too. Here's the clarity that comes in, um, the mind that really wants to stop this, but um, it needs to be dealt with. It needs to be, um, you know, faced so that it can be transformed because they're going to keep repeating the same cycle and keep kind of doing that self-fulfilling prophecy of self-sabotaging. It's like sabotaging. Well, yeah, but, until they, become aware of what's all that's bubbling below the surface, because that's a lot of what's popping in there. So, I know. I feel like, it's important for you to understand, you know, why you why you drew them into your life, and is that a pattern for you? Do you draw in, um, on emotionally unavailable people? Maybe that's something that we can look at for ourselves too, right? And it's just awareness, it's not judgment or anything, right? It's like, let me look at what is there. Your fortune cookie is transition. Uh-oh, transition out, transition within, or both? Let's see what this one is. Of course, this is about our dream time, but also it can be about the outside world in this um, question that we have here. So it's letting go of your day is the ritual. The nocturnal insight says the Pyra, 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 Piraha, maybe. Pyra tribe. It's in Brazil. They've been described as the happiest people on earth. They believe that if you sleep for more than a few hours, you're no longer the same you. They take regular naps rather than sleep through the whole night because they believe that the person they were before they fell asleep is not the same person who wakes up. Indeed, if they do sleep for more than a few hours, they refer to the person they were before as him or her or a previous version of themselves. Isn't that great? Sleep is essential for your holistic well being and for clearer dream recall. Avoiding sleep is not advised under any circumstances in modern society. But what we can learn from this tribal people is their intuitive conviction that sleep and dreams are regenerating and transformative. Indeed, every night you fall asleep, you're regenerating in body, mind, and soul. The cells in your body renew, your brain recalibrates, and your dreams are busy recreating or creating scenarios to inspire and guide you in waking life. Just as dream births and deaths are symbols of beginnings and endings, and with every ending, there's always a new beginning. Every night when you fall asleep, the person you were the day before does die, and you are, in a sense, born anew. Interesting about what we were talking about, right? It is entirely up to you whether you wake up the next morning as a more evolved or highly aware version of yourself. Recalling your dreams on waking is a surefire sign that overnight you have connected to the wise and soulful part of you that yearns to transform and be reborn each morning to live, learn, love, laugh, and dream again and again. Your mantra every morning, I'm born again in my dreams. So transformational energy coming in here. I do feel like, this endings and beginnings energy that's coming in um, is relative to what you're talking about here, but it's also about realizing what is the gift in this relationship? What is it wanting to show me? Because if I don't learn from that, I'll just keep getting more teachers showing me the same thing. So it's not necessarily that it has to end right now, but it's understanding what am I learning about through this interaction, I feel is important. All right. So that's what they have for you, just Alice. Many blessings to you. All right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you. All right. So up next we have Shanji and then Maria P and then two for Shanji. So Shanji 33704 for number one here. So thank you for your donations via Zcash app. Appreciate that. So your first one here is about your brother. So your brother's looking for a new job. Yeah, you can tell he's a bit stressed because his current contract ends this month. Do you see him getting a new job before the end of March? Any advice that you can give? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will they find a new job before the end of March? Okay. And then any advice that you can give here? Nope, there's those. Okay. All right. We do have the Hierophant on the is the first card about, will he get something? We have it is about seeing things from a different perspective. It is the card of change. And it's it's like there's this if he changes, what is he changing? Well, the bottom of the deck, we do have the Two of Wands, which is changing their focus of their energy, right? And I mean, and this can be the advice you give. You got four cards for the advice you can give them, but the Two of Wands is about whatever I focus on is what grows and expands, right? So with this Two of Wands, it's like, focus on gratitude, focusing in on what they do love and what do they love about the jobs that they've had. And I feel like this Hierophant is bringing in like a job change, but it's a change of what I do kind of energy. It's like, well, I normally do this, 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 but it feels like there's see it from a different perspective. Look at all the things you love, and is there a different type of job that brings you that? It's like, well, I've always done sales. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that's what you always have to continue to do. It's like not limiting your search to what I've always done. It's like look beyond that. See it from a different perspective kind of comes in here. So I feel like there is opportunity with this 2 of Wands, that there is, possibilities of getting a job, but it does have to do with that change of where I'm focusing my energy and how I'm looking, where I'm looking is important. The advice that you can give them, let's see here. Yeah, the sun, gratitude, focusing on abundance. Um, yeah, I like this. It's the bright light shining on things, but it's the focusing on the bright side, not the lower vibration. Again, that kind of is being reiterated here. We got the 6 of Cups, something to do with like when you guys were children here. Something about a dream come true, and, you always wanted to be this when you were younger. What would make you, like, feel joyful in your life, right? It's like, yeah, there's the responsible thing, blah, 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 but is there something that they can do that kinda returns back that joy of when they were younger? It just feels like that kind of energy. Even with you've got the Leo energy of the inner child too. It's like, what? You don't have to do something that's, so, up there. It's what would bring you joy? What would make you feel happy, again? Yeah, we have the 8 of Cups, walking away from emotions and relationships, walking away from feelings that don't serve anymore. And the Page of Wands. This is a new heightened passion for something. And it's like I feel like this is like a pattern of when it can be with contracting, I know that contracts are up, contracts are up, contracts are up, and they're always needing to find new jobs. Or when it wasn't contracting, they would end up burning out and they'd want to leave and try something else. It's because they were following their mind instead of their heart. And I feel like that's the advice you can give is, you know, don't limit what you're wanting to do, and is there something that would make your heart sing? Is there something that would make your heart wanna dance? Where is that? What is this here, right? For your first fortune cookie, we're gonna go to the dream ritual, and then for the other ones, you will get one of these, yin yang insights for the other ones once we get to those. I'm getting done. I only got 3 of these left. Think we will get to all these tonight. Hey, Sudeshna, good to see you. So let's see here. What do we want this to come in here? Yeah, immerse. Immerse is the card. So this can be for your brother or yourself or both of you. Let's see what immerse brings in here. Is it here? Nope, it must be back here. Or I missed it in front. Yeah, I'm going back to the beginning. So tune in to an alternate reality as the ritual. But the Nocturnal Insight says games, films, and books offer you an opportunity to escape into an alternative reality and practice the dream state during the day. If you don't give your waking mind enough suggestive symbolism and stimulation to induce your dreams, your chances of having memorable dreams decrease. So it's like all work and no fun. This is why you may find yourself dreaming more when you go on a holiday. Your mind is busy processing new information. It's also why dreaming is always more vivid if there's a lot of emotion flying around in your waking life. It's no it's no surprise that during the pandemic, when so many of us were experiencing grief, loss, and stress, people began to dream more vividly. It was dubbed the lockdown dream phenomenon. Isn't that interesting? There is a proven link between video gaming and vivid dreaming. It's funny. because we're talking about play, right? And the heart and child self. As long as you do it in moderation, video gaming is a fun way to stimulate your dream life because many games are rich in symbolism and involve layers of fantasy, fear, surprise, and challenge, all of which are the language of dreams. To play a game well, you need to invest in it emotionally. And whenever there is emotional investment in your waking life, your dreaming mind registers it as important, increasing the chances of dream reinvention. All this is, I know this is talking about the dream, but this is also about getting the emotions instead of the head, right? We're talking about him having emotional interest that the brain and everything and the dreaming registers it as important. The mind wants to achieve and do all this stuff to meet expectations, but the heart wants to live, and our whole body and life see that if you're emotional about it in a positive way, it's important, right? And I feel like that's a great message. Skyrim is a great dream inducing game, but there are so many surreal games out there to choose from, some of which have been inspired by visions the creator of the game had in a dream. So find one that resonates with you. The dream inducing reasons for reading fiction are similar to those of gaming. Losing yourself in a good book in a great way to both relax and stimulate your creativity. The best time for daily reading is before bed. If you're worried about nightmares, simply choose games and books that are not frightening. Should any alarming images appear in your dreams, remember that your dreaming mind has chosen to present them rather than the countless other things that made up your day to you for a reason. These unsettling images could be an opportunity for you to understand and face your fears in the safety of your dreams. And the mantra is, I make time to dream. So I like that because it's not, this energy of trying to obtain and stay so focused that I can't dream. I'm just trying to meet expectations. Dreaming in life is so important. So I like that. Right. So that is what they have for your first one there. We'll circle back for your other two here in a momentito. But first, we are going to jump over to Maria P for number 3. Made a little rhyme. And thank you for your multiple donations. So there are all of those. And we will jump in here. Let me just, here we are. So for, oh, it's over here. Okay. There we go. That one came through a little differently than the others. All right. So let's dive deeper. So, would Wally cheat on you? Like if he's given the opportunity based on current energies, would Wally cheat on you? Okay. And then is he flirting with anyone on his job? A general for you and Wally's relationship. Okay. And then when I told him I was taking the day after tomorrow, was he okay? He seemed stressed, kind of bugged by it. All right, let's take a look here. Okay, one card for that. All right, so would Wally cheat on you? I love it. You got the divine counterparts, the magician and the high priestess. So this energy here is, this would be a no because they're like, we are a match and no one can match me. I wouldn't cheat on you because, it's like we're made for each other, is kind of this energy. And I love that. I love that energy. Is he flirting with anyone on his job? Nope. We got here's the Saturn Capricorn. It's all the work, 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 movement, power of choice, victory, energy. It's all about the work at work. He's not, He's like, "I've got too much to do to flirt." It's like, I'm focused on the job, doing the job energy with that, so I don't see that. A general for you and Wally's relationship. Yeah. I like this. We've got the, 10 of swords, which is letting go of expectations, right? And we talk about this, and I feel like this is such an important energy because when you focus in on all those expectations, we suck the life out of a relationship. And you can always tell what whether you're in the expectations or in gratitude by what you're feeling. Because when you're feeling less than and lack and fear and suspicion and jealousy and any of those energies we know we're in expectations because we're focusing on what's not happening or fearing what could happen instead of focusing on gratitude for what we love that's happening or that's has happened. So you know what energy you're in by what you're feeling. So if you're feeling, then you're focusing on gratitude and loving what's happening and what has happened. If you're focusing on, yeah, stress or whatever, that's you're focusing on that, right? Which is, you got the world card, ending of cycles, beginning of new adventures, free of expectations. And there's this energy of let go of the old way. You don't wanna do what you've always done in the past and get what you've always gotten because that's what happens when we focus in on this and this and this and this and the when and this is supposed to happen and should happen and need to happen and they need to do this and this and, "Oh my god, what if they do this?" We're inviting all this lower vibrational energy in. When we transform and we start focusing on that other higher vibration and things that different, then that changes the whole experience. It's victory, it's fullness of life instead of emptiness and sucking the life out of it, right? And we do have the hermit energy. He is working on trying to get alone. And that's the whole dealio is that they are trying, but it may not match your timeline and you're supposed to and when and should and how and blah blah blah. But that's about letting that go. It's about realizing you're different people and you have different ways of going about things and doing things, and that's okay, but it's about what is it that you do love and do appreciate is so important with this. And if you can't be happy alone, you can't be happy in a relationship with this hermit card. Because if I can't be happy with me, then adding someone else into it's not gonna make it any easier being happy with me. I'm the only one that can make me happy, right? And if I can't be happy with myself, no one else can do that for me. It just makes it distracting, it complicates it. So this is about choosing to be happy within your own self, letting all the expectations go, and then you can celebrate, right? So I like that. And then taking a day off tomorrow, is he okay with it? Kind of bugged by it? Knight of Pentacles, um, slow movement, patient energy. No, it doesn't feel yeah, and it doesn't feel like they were. This Knight of Pentacles is it's the quest of your self-worth. And I feel like, um, everyone's a mirror, and I feel like this is your quest. So why do you feel that they would be stressed and bugged by you taking a day off? If they took a day off, what would you be feeling? Is it suspicion? Is it, what is it that is bubbling up within you? Is what they're bringing it back to. Ooh, interesting. So, what mirror is it? Because it doesn't feel like they're like, maybe it's jealousy. I wish I could take tomorrow off. But I feel like there's something deeper that was happening within you that was you were projecting out onto him. So, what is that? You can take a look at that. And then your fortune cookie is spirit guides, assistance, divine guidance, signs and synchronicities, and guardian. I like that. Don't forget that you have this amazing, you're surrounded by divine guidance and divine protection. There's these beautiful, your spirit guides, all these beings of unconditional love and light that surround you and love you and want to be around you. I mean, they're around you, but they want you to know that they're around you. And that if you ever need anything, any guidance, you can ask them, hey, can you bring me clarity? Can you show me what I need to see? And they will show you in the outside world too. So I like that. Right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your multiple donations. All right. So let me take a sip here and we'll continue. We got 2 for Sean G next, and then 3 for Sudeshna. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. Let me shuffle these up and we'll get into your energy, Sean. Thank you again for your multiple donations via Zcash app. And every time I see the 111 now, I think of your Grammys. Her lovely energy. All right. So up first, second, 355.43. Up first for your second round. Here is your 2 timestamps so far. And for your number 2 question, you want to know your finances for March. Let's take a look here and see what we have coming in here. So for March, based on current energies, got this one. First here. All right. What do we have coming in here? Well, we got good, nice energy on the bottom. You got the 6 of Wands, which is victory energy, flow energy. So it's looking good here. It feels like you feel good about what unfolds in March here for you. Of course, your first 3 cards starting off, you got the 2 of Wands. It's all about possibilities, right? The thing that you are able to tell your brother is what you can tell yourself too, right? Listen to our own advice, right? I like that though. It's the amount of it all depends on, am I focused on gratitude for what I do have? Everything we talked about in your brother's reading, right? So that is an important piece of it. Yep. And the Knight of Wands. This is all about the quest of stepping into your power, realizing how much of what happens in your life is your energy. You're the one creating it, right? Even the other card that came out with those 2 is the 3 of Pentacles, which is about creativity and what you're creating, being true to your authentic self too. But I love this. Um, Focusing your energy on, of course, gratitude and all that, but focusing on, the more energy we focus on the stress about finances and this and this and this, it's like 90% of that energy invest in your creativity and everything takes care of itself. When we're focusing on, well, 50% on this and this and this, and we're not able to put out all that creative energy, which is what draws in all the abundance of life and finances and a bunch of other things, right? So it's like, be aware of where you're investing your energy and invest as much as you can in creativity, because that's what you're living here. That's your dream. This is your life purpose. Why you wanted to come down here was to create and to have that. And not to focus in on, these people, because this is you creating this beautiful work of art. There's 2 people here. One of these people is the naysayer, the person, the energy in your life that's all about, you didn't do it right. Why didn't you do it this way? Blah, 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 and that's the people, the energy we keep out. We're like, ugh, what we do with those. But the other one is the one that can take us out of our creativity, which is the person or the people, the energy that is supporting us. And that kind of person or individual is the one that would say, "Oh, I'm so proud of you, what you're doing. Oh my god, this is great. Have you ever thought of doing it this way?" Now, the other naysayers, "Wow, why didn't you do it this way?" This one is out of love and care. Just, "Hey, have you thought of doing it this way?" But us going, "Oh, I don't want them to become a naysayer." So I'm kind of taking off my course a little bit to try to do things to please the people that are supporting me. And if we do that, we're going off course. We become less of who we are. And when we go out here, it's like when we're under the spout where all the glory comes out, as they used to say in the church that I went to. When you're where you're in alignment with creator and the universe, right? We're just it's flowing in. But if we go off a little bit, then not as much is coming into us because we're out of balance. So when we go off, then that's what impacts it. So I love this energy coming in here for you. Yep, you got the Knight of Swords. This is you get a lot of clarity. There's a lot of movement, a lot of learning that happens in March around all of the subject, but also new ideas that come in. Again, that creative mind opens the mind and new creative ideas come in that help you achieve abundance and your financial goals. Yeah, you've got the tribe, you got supporters here with the 3 of cups, and but there's joy and celebration that comes in here too. So I like this overall. I feel like you get a lot of support. But again, I feel like it's this creativity that's important in where you're investing your energy because the more you are you and true to yourself, that was weird that it came out you, but that's this. The more you are you, then um, the more you draw it, all this lovely stuff in, the more you're trying to be what you think your supporters want you to be, the more restrictive it is. It's like the harder you try to be, the it pushes it away. When you are just being and being that creative, then that's what draws it in. And it is. I think I told you about that once before where when I was in corporate life and I felt like I was doing 4 times as much work as everyone else trying to get the goals, trying to get the raises, the promotions, great reviews. And the harder I tried, the more I would get meets expectations, not even above expectations. I was trying for exceeds, I'd get meets. And I'm like, what? And then when I backed off and stopped trying to do all this stuff and just enjoyed what I was doing what felt like a fourth of the work, raises, promotions, high exceeds expectations. And I'm like, how does this make sense? But now that I understand energy, I understood my want and need and trying energy was actually pushing everything away. When I sat in gratitude and being and loving and joy of the moment, things just naturally came toward me without even trying. So I like that energy. It's good to know that. Yeah. Letting go of the expectations, the nightmares, the insomnia, getting out of the head and into the heart with the moon card here, with that moon energy, allowing that emotional energy to surface and to bring in beautiful things here. So I like it for you. It feels like you've got the underlying energy of, victory and abundance, but how much it is and how much you enjoy it is all about, those other changes, other focuses, like we said here. Be you. All right, let me put these in here. We'll get your fortune cookie for this one, and we'll move on to number 3 here for you. All right, this one, you've got distance, time out, take a break. What is this? Retreat, blocked, emotional, or physical distance. So it does feel here like sometimes it takes us stepping away, taking a time out, recalibrate. We can get so caught up in all the work, 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 work that we're not enjoying it. So it's like almost like take a moment to step away, take a half day, take a day, step away from everything, celebrate where you at and what you've done. Take some time to celebrate, it feels like. Right. So that was for number 2. And then for number 3, we got 40404. I love it. Heart of stability. We'll see what your question is here, but you got all this beautiful stability energy. So I'm still on my body goals journey. I'm not doing the scale, though I stepped on it once and I saw progress. Yay! I wanted to ask about how I'm doing on my body goals and if I'm on track for my summer body. Well, we like that. All the fours, the stability, 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 stability. So let's take a look here. So, are you on track? And what else do they have to say here for you? And I like that. It's like the scale doesn't define whether you're meeting your goals for a summer body. How you feel you look is what determines whether you have your summer body, right? The scale doesn't determine it. You're the one that determines what that means, right? Because it's not a weight. You're not gonna, they're showing me, it's funny. They're showing me you walking on the beach with this long t-shirt with your weight amount on it, and everyone's walking around with their weight amount on their t-shirt. And it's like, no, that's not what it's about, right? It's about how you feel and how you um and the goal is the goal not the summer body, but what's the true goal, which is what my summer body will bring me. What's the benefit of the summer body? What is the expectation or the goal of what do I think I'll get if I have a body that looks like this or that weighs this much? Because like we know, that muscle is heavier than fat. I'm learning that. Um, but that's why I think I told you I got one of those scales that you hold on to, and it measures the visceral fat and your um, stomach to waist ratios and your the muscle portion of your body versus the fat, and it's amazing that, and you can notice, like I notice changes in my how things are fitting. And then, but if I look at weight, I'm like, well, it's gone down a little bit, but then it's gone up because I've gained muscle. And when you realize, it's like, well, what is the goal underneath here, right? Because the bottom of the deck, you do have the three of wands, which is with new information, I'm changing my destination. And like, if I'm gonna go to Alaska instead of the beach, I'm not gonna care. I'm gonna want extra on me because I want it to be warm, not freezing because I don't have any body fat on me, right? But it's like, what is the destination? I feel like with this three of wands on the bottom of the deck. What's the destination and why? It's important for you to understand the why, right? And I feel like that's underlying energy is that while they have the opportunity to talk to you about this, is what's the goal? What do you feel if you hit your body goal? What is it going to bring you differently than if you don't? And what's that belief, right? Oh, I'm going to be more attractive. I'm going to attract someone. I'm going to draw someone to me. Well, then you're gonna have to stay at that weight all the time because then you're gonna fear, "What if I gain weight?" And they're like, "Oh, you don't look like you did when I met you on the beach," right? Or is it, what is it that's the root of it, right? So I feel like that's important. Are you on are you on track here? Yeah, it does feel here that, we've got the Leo energy, I wanna be seen energy, the victory, but behind this Cancer moon energy, what's really below the surface? Because it's the power of choice. You are the one who gets to choose the story, the emotions, and all that, right? So this is all about the story you're telling yourself. Because if you're looking outside of yourself and going, well, if I look this way, what's the different story that you'll tell yourself? And does that need to change for you to tell yourself a different story, to feel differently, to put out different energy, to act differently? What is it, you know? And I know, when we're looking a certain way, we have this confidence, this inner strength of the Leo energy because we're a little vain. Humans we are. If I have more broad shoulders, I'm gonna wear shirts that show it off more. Um, Whereas if I don't, um, like if I have a strong chest right now, I'm working on getting these built up because if I wore a tight shirt now, you would think I need a bra. And I can say that because I don't care. But but it's about, changing for myself, not for what other people will think. And it's okay. And I understand because I'm in a place in my life where I'm not looking for a relationship. I enjoy being to myself and I'm okay with never being in another relationship until I go to the other side because I love me and I'm the one I've been looking for. And I'm at that point in my life. I'm almost 60. I get it. When I was younger, different perspective. I get it. Um, but it's understanding that because once you come into that confidence of who I am, you're gonna draw in people that will love you for who you are, not for how you look or, that kind of thing, right? But it feels like you are on track here. Well, you got 2 major arcana and 2 more. You got the 9 of Pentacles. You gotta be able to be happy alone, and this is mother nature, mother nurture. It's like this is nurturing yourself. Here's that empress that you always get, right? But we've got this energy of um, if you can't be happy alone with who you are, then you won't be happy in a relationship with someone else because someone else can't make you happy. It's an inside job. You have to be happy. And then if you have someone that comes into your life, then you can be happy with them, but if you're not happy, someone else coming into your life isn't gonna make you any happier, it's gonna make it harder for you to be happier. So, this alone time that you've been having has been for you as well, so that you can learn to love yourself and nurture yourself and appreciate yourself. And there's the sensuality that comes in here, with the Empress as well. And you got the Queen of Pentacles, the other nurturer energy that's coming in here. So, this is about self-love and self-worth, that they're bringing in here, which I'm sure you already know all this, but I do feel like, that's part of this adventure and this journey is when will enough be enough? And, um, when you're are you doing it for you, or are you doing it for what others will think of you? Which is still doing it for you. Ultimately, we are doing it for ourselves, but it's in the spirit of which we're doing it for ourselves, right? So, I like that. What is this? Oh, wow. So, your fortune cookie came flying out. It says, "Until debt tears us apart." Saturn energy. Saturn is the devil card. It's long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, overcoming the change, the restriction. Yeah, restrictions, adversity, structure, learning karmic lessons, and maturity. It's the shaking and the rattling. And it's funny that they're on the beach. Here's your beach bod. Is this who you're wanting to meet? Yeah. But it is this clarity, this long held belief, and the clarity that comes through with all this. So I like that for you. All right. So hopefully that helps, Sean. That's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Alrighty, let me take a sip here. Is this one gone already? Let me drink my water down. Wow, those ice cubes lasted for hours. Oops. Dripping water. My goodness. All right. So we've got 3 for Sudeshna. And if I don't have any other donations after that, we'll complete the free readings, which the free readings I still have Livier, Vagata, then Dream Stays, Jazz, Katmia, and Kita, and Blueberry. Hey, Deb, peeking back in. You wanna accepting your weight, wrestling with that yourself. Perfect timing, right? A weight loss journey right now. Scale hasn't changed except down and back up and then down, up, and where the thoughts just having difficult to keep the negative at bay. Lots of yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know, and with that scale that I got that measures the visceral and the internal changes, even though my weight is like, gone down a little bit, up and a little down, up a little bit, the visceral has been continuing going down, and this one, other one, and looking at the different numbers are going down, meaning the fat's reducing on the inside, even though the weight, and so we've been taught that a number means something, or even the BPM or whatever that is, it's like, um, that doesn't mean anything either. Like my doctor had me like measuring around my belly and my waist, and that's been consistently well, it kinda goes down, then it kind of goes off, and it is an interesting scale, um, so, it measures stuff, and because it sends you hold on to this bar and it measures things, and that gives you a more accurate picture of what's really going on instead of, "Oh, man," but even if we didn't have that, measuring my belly and my waist over time as I was eating differently and walking and different things, it's like, yeah, there is change. And even if we don't have that ability, which we all have the ability to measure, right? Because you can do a string and do it on a yardstick or a little ruler if we want, but it can tell us, those things. So I like that. So thanks for stopping in, Deb Deb. Hey, hello from England. Good to see you, Lee. I'll add you onto the free questions here. All right, so we'll jump here. We got three more donations from Sudeshna. Hello, hello. So we'll jump into the number one. We got 41629. So here is your first time stamp. We'll give that a love and a like since it lets me. And so, in doing higher studies, MBA one way Spirit is guiding me towards instead of doing job for now. All right. So, doing an MBA is that, uh, let's see what energy comes in with that for you here. Because they don't really guide us in our career as much as support us in what we're looking for, right? Yeah, we have the bottom of the deck, you do have the Two of Cups, which is emotional choice, which is them reiterating, going, your choice, they don't have a supposed to or should or need to. They will more give us, it's like we talk about like ice cream, right? We ask spirit, hey, what ice cream should I eat? That's how they look at everything we ask them almost. You know, it's like, what should I eat? And they're like, well, what are you hungry for? Right? What should I do with my career? What are you interested in? And we're like, "Well, I don't know. What should I do?" There's no shoulds. What do you wanna do? It's all about, this energy of, um, this power of choice, right? Power of choice is what it comes in here. So, if you choose to take an MBA, this is the energy that you will, have here. You have the 6 of Wands, which is a victory. You would do well at it. You would accomplish it. You would feel accomplished with it. So it brings you that feeling of, I've got this. Um, yep, you have the 8 of Pentacles. It is supported. It's putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. This is education. You would get, results from it. You would have a, I guess you'd say abundance come from the outside world in for it here. Um, So it is supported, they would support you in it. It is a positive energy. Yeah, and the Sun card, one of the biggest, brightest, abundance cards, in the entire deck. So you do have that it does well here for you. Um, But there's something here, I know, but you're like, "This is that's good enough, right?" But on the bottom, of the under the sun too is our inner child. And there is this, realizing that you could do anything and it's all about that you get to choose how you feel about it, you know? So you're very supported in, excuse me, what it would bring into your, life, like financially, but um, I feel like they're talking about what would make your heart feel full, right? Is an important energy here because they brought in cups, not pentacles or, like two of pentacles or two of swords or two of wands. This is about what do you feel in your heart? If you close your eyes and open your heart, where does your heart wanting you to go? Right. And if you think, well, should I get my MBA? And you close your eyes to get out of your head, step into your heart, and your heart goes, meh, it would feel like an accomplishment. But what after that? What about me? Right. What about the heart? Where's your heart leading you? Right. So I feel like the energy is like, yeah, you would do well at it, but you could do well at so many things. But and then the bottom of the deck, they have the 9 of swords to the 4 of swords. Oh, yeah, and then the Knight of Cups about following your heart, the quest of your heart, because the 9 of swords is trying to live up to expectations. The 4 of swords is leaving expectations behind, sleeping on seeing things from a different perspective, right? So, they're basically saying that an MBA could make you feel like successful, but in the end, would your heart be happy with that? Um, and it's like they're pointing you back to your heart and not your head, right? So let's see what your ritual card is here. Only got two of these left. One of them is yours, and then your other two will be for this other one here. All right, this is yours here. What was the other one? Yeah. So you got approve. And let's see what this is about here. Okay. Maybe I missed it here in the beginning. Nope. Sorry, I just got to find out which section it is in here. Okay, here we are. Haley, I have you on the list. It's first come, first serve. And since you're the last one in, you'll be the last one that I do. Um, so donations do get priority, which I complete first. And there's other people that have been waiting ahead of you. So I will get to you. So you just got to hold your horses. All right. So, Sudeshna, this one is lucid dreaming. And the nocturnal insight says, since the purpose of dreaming is to teach you something about yourself, it's not surprising that school, college, university, and exams, or being a class or lecture hall, are a commonly reported dream theme. You can't make this up. Out of all the cards that are left, there's only two. Out of all the ones that we've gone through up to this point, you get one that talks about schooling and going back to school. If you do have a dream set in a place of learning or of yourself sitting in exam, your dreaming mind is using these symbols to remind you that you're being tested in your waking life or that you're concerned about your performance in some way. But your dreams, sorry, always have something insightful to teach you. It's time for you to upskill and trust in yourself. Don't spear the horses. If you're constantly critical of yourself, the world, and your dreams, they will reflect disapproval back at you. That's why self care, self reliance, and positivity are crucial ingredients for your dream work and your happiness. Having said that, the world of your dreams can be a marvelous opportunity for you to test yourself over and over again and safely make and learn from mistakes so that what you have learned can improve your performance in waking life. Lucid dreaming is a form of mental rehearsal that's been proven to improve confidence and skills in waking life. But even if this ritual doesn't help you have lucid dreams every time you try it, performing it will help focus your mind so it can get to work and offer you helpful dreams. And even if those dreams are testing ones, you can rest assured that it has helped you cathartically. So you are free to rise and shine in your waking life. Your mantra is my dreams complete me. Um, I'll read the lucid dreaming, just the ritual, just because it'll help you understand what lucid dreaming is and how to do it, and it will help all of us, I think. So it's short. It says on a day when when you don't have to get up early, be on time, or do anything really important the following morning, choose something in your waking life that you want to improve or guidance. Like, I want to know, like, what's my heart's dream? Where do you want me to go, heart? Right. That could be something general like confidence, or more specific like learning the piano, or like we just said. Before sleeping, immerse yourself in whatever subject you wish to improve or know more about. Read confident, boosting quotes, or listen to experts playing the piano, or study how best to achieve whatever you want to achieve. Set your alarm an hour or two before you normally get up. While drifting off to sleep, visualize yourself succeeding or feel what it would be like to get the improvement or approval you want. Make it feel real. And when your alarm goes off in the morning, switch it off and allow yourself to drift off back to sleep until your natural waking time. If during this time you become lucid, that is, you know you're dreaming when you're dreaming, use that opportunity to influence your dream, practice skills, and be who you want to be, or do what do you want to do in your dream. So I like that. You can even, imagine yourself, because if this is like what you're wanting to do is like, I want to find out what is my heart's dream come true. You can imagine, you know, if you're able to lucid dream, that you find a door with a heart on it and you open it up and it shows you what your dream come true is for your heart, for career, and how you want to express it to the world. And then when you wake up, you'll remember what that is. So I love that for you. All right. So that's for your first one, Sudeshna. For number two, we got 42703. Oops. Added an extra letter there. Boom. You're so funny, Lee. All right. So here's number two. Let's give that second one a love and a like there. And you want to know, what is that other thing spirit is guiding towards? When will it come to light? Will the hints come directly or indirectly? All right. So this other thing that we were just talking about, what is it that they're guiding you toward, and will it come directly or indirectly? When will it come? All right. So what is it? Yeah. It is your ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure full of possibilities, letting go of your mindsets, right? So what I like about this is that they're not guiding you. And I feel like it's important to kind of just clarify that they're not the ones going, no, no, you shouldn't be doing this, you should be doing that. It's your heart. They're guiding you towards your heart, going, your heart wants to express itself. So when you're asking them about career, they're going, your heart will guide you, because they're not trying to get you to do anything in life, spirit. They're along for the ride. They're letting you drive the bus. You're taking, spirits, your co-pilot and all your spirit guides are the dogs in the back, excited to be going along for the ride. You're the one guiding your life. There's no right way, or um there's no right way and there's no wrong way. There's just different choices, different options with different outcomes and different experiences. What they're saying here with this world card is letting the expectations go, getting out of your head of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, both of these, the 8 of swords, and the world card tell you this. This is you're moving away from those that make you feel blinded, bound, that things have to be a certain way, and the world card is stepping out of that because you step into the full card, which is about the world is your oyster. It's the full of possibilities, and, we're able to, move forward, and we're able to see what we want to do and where does my heart. So that's, what they're saying here is that they're not guiding you towards it. And you're like, I want to know. Can you just tell me what it is? And they're like, got to talk to your heart because it's important in the process that you learn to get out of your head and learn to talk to your heart and go, Spirit, what are they saying? And it's like, talk to them. Like, well, can't you just tell me what they're telling, what they wanting? And they're like, part of the whole purpose is you being able to tune into your heart so you know where it wants you to go because your heart is powerful. And I feel like that's what's coming in here. When will it come to light? When you balance your head and your heart. Because the Three of Wands will show you the different way to go, but it's about balancing, getting out of your head and allowing your heart to lead. That's when you will know. And it's not a predetermined date that it's gonna happen. It's all depending upon when how much you go into here and to touch yourself in your heart and connect with that. That is when you will discover it. And the more you get to know them, then that's when you'll know it. But if you don't, if you spend time just in your head, it'll take longer and longer and longer, right? So it's all about doing things you can do to connect with your heart. Even Google, how can I connect with what's in my heart and see what resonates, right? But it's, stepping out of the head. I always look at it like I open a little door in my brain, I walk out, close the door, go down spiral staircase, walk over, knock on the door of my heart opens up, I step in, and then I have conversations with my heart. I love that analogy. I saw it somewhere once before, but it really was like, "Oh my god, I love that." So whatever way you can connect with your heart is the most important thing, right? Will it come directly or indirectly? It's in your subconscious, it's below the surface of your emotions, and it it will come to you through your heart, because this is the quest of your heart. The quest of finding your self-love, but this is the quest of searching after your heart. So as you do that, it will rise from the surface and make itself known, but it will be through the heart and through seeking the heart that it comes out. So I like that. I know we want a scroll to drop from the heavens to tell us what should I do, but it's all about it's kind of like what do they call it? A scavenger hunt. It's all about the journey of discovery that's exciting, even though we fear, oh, I gotta figure it out. It's like get out when we get out of our head of fear and supposed to be and should be and need to be, and we are following our passion and following it, it becomes an exciting adventure instead of something to achieve. It becomes an adventure instead. So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. Yeah, the wheels of fate and fortune. What does it say? The wheel of fortune, karma, cycles, divine intervention, divine detours. And there's very little fated things in our life, and they're telling you here, if there's anything that's supposed to happen that when you before you came down here, you wanted something absolutely to happen, it will never pass you by. The rest of it, but there's very few fated things that we wanted to experience. In this iteration of humanity at this time in the timelines, it's all about possibilities. We wanted to go we didn't wanna have, like, this is what we need to achieve and do. We've done all that before, and it was fun, but then it became a bore. We wanted, a world of we get to choose. It's all about power of choice. So many options. What what am I gonna choose? And I'm gonna kinda, instead of having it all faded and planned out, it's about the adventure. It's about, you know, what's next instead of, "Oh, I see the plan. All right, what's next on the list? All right, let's do that now. It's more, it's like, what's the adventure look like? So hopefully that helps. All right, so that's what for number two. And then for your final one, number three, we got 4, 34, 12 here. So thank you again for your multiple donations. And we'll give number three a love and a like here. And finances for the month of March, April, and May, please. And guidance. All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies. All right. Okay. March. What about April? Thank you. And then this one was May. And the guidance, they said, will be the bottom of the deck. All right. Well, that makes sense. So the bottom of the deck, the overall guidance is, the Knight of Wands is the quest of understanding your power, which is kind of what we talked about a little bit. But it's all about whatever you focus your energy on is what you draw in, right? And especially around finances, if I focus in on, I'm afraid I'm not going to have enough, my energy says, you know what I love, universe? What? I love to be afraid I'm not going to have enough. Okay. So we'll bring in more um, doubt and lack so that you can have more fear and experience that, since that's what you're wanting. If I focus in on I need more, I want more, that's lack energy. So our energy is saying, universe, I'd like to order more lack. So it brings in more lack, right? Whatever our vibration is, we draw it in, not what we're asking for, but what our energy is. When I'm in a state of gratitude for what I have, for what I have had, sincerely, we can't fake energy. It's if I'm so grateful for this, and picturing when you got this bonus and this money coming in and all the stuff, that opens us up to receive more. And the Knight of Wands, the guidance is being aware where you're investing your energy each moment. Because, like we said, you're driving the bus. Your energy is taking you in your life. Wherever your energy is focused is where energy flows and where you go and what you draw in. So that's important. For March, you got the Two of Cups again. Your power of emotional choice. So wherever you focus your emotional energy, it's a um, is how it unfolds there for you. It feels positive already with this energy I have coming in, but they're like, it's so important to realize your emotional choice, because it's like March is the foundation of where you're learning. Wherever I focus my emotional energy is what I draw in. So gratitude, 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 gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love this. Thank you. This and that. And then that opens up the conduit for more to come in. I feel like March is when you really learn and you see the difference. When I'm focusing my energy on lack, I get more lack. When I focus my energy on abundance and gratitude for abundance, you get more abundance. April, based on current energy, yeah, you got this balancing energy of Aquarius. These 7 stars represent the chakras, so feels very balanced energy in April. In May, we have the Eight of Wands. Again, it's like May is a lot of energy. Whatever you focus your energy on, it comes in quickly and big. So if you focus on gratitude, a lot comes in fast and big. If you focus on lack, a lot of lack comes in fast and big. I like it that whatever's happening in that month, um, there's this expansive fast energy. Everything comes in fast, but it also can leave fast with your change of energy, which is, if you focus on abundance and a big abundance comes in, but you go into lack, then you get lack energy come in. But if you look at, if you're in lack and you change it to gratitude, the abundance comes in quickly and the lack leaves quickly as well. So whatever you're focusing on is so very important coming in there. So that's what they have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. But I feel like this is such a learning opportunity for you in this time here that um, that's why they're giving you more concepts to learn and to put into practice because it's gonna change your future, and I feel like that's what they're doing in here. Your fortune cookie is the Sun card, which is abundance and fullness and strength. Says empowerment, there you go, empowerment, heart chakra opening, compassion, happiness, truth revealed. It's like I was saying, they're bringing you a lot of that energy so that you can, see what it can do for you. So that is what they got for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations. I greatly appreciate that. All right. Hey, Alice. um, let's see. Rose, we do. I thought, did we? Oh no, you had said hello, but you didn't. I didn't get you on the list. Yeah, absolutely. You can throw it in there. Um, I have one more donation that just came in with Alice, and then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 free readings ahead of you. So if you want to put your free question in, I can throw that at the bottom of the list here. Or if you want to make a donation, you'll be up next after Alice, whatever you prefer. All right. So, Alice, thank you for your additional donation. We got 440.25 coming in here. Here are both of your donation timestamps. Thank you for the hot dog. I am getting hungry. My host she's making some rum cakes for her work tomorrow, and one didn't turn out well. It's funny because we were talking about that today too. She goes, "I'm going to make some rum cake," and I go, "Oh, I don't think I'll do them at the same time because when she did that, one didn't turn out well." And I'm like, "Well, it's okay if you do because I always get the leftover ones that don't turn out well." And sure enough, she had one that didn't turn out well. She goes, "I got cake if you want some." So I'm going to get some cake. All right. So, Alice, you wanted some clarity on why Kyle was thinking to end things with you, like which parts were not living up to his expectations. What was his internal response to you not responding to him today? All right, let's take a look here. So, what specifically did he feel was not meeting up to those expectations? And then what was his internal response to not responding? All right. So, specifically, we've got the Six of Cups here. There's something about children. So, I don't know if you guys have talked about um, what, if either of you wanted children or had children. There's something about children that they're wanting in their life or not wanting in their life. But they're not telling me which one it is. They're just saying children was one of their um, expectations kind of things. Like if um, or the amount of children. I don't know if you guys have even talked about that, but there is this thing in their mind about it. And I don't know if it has to do with age or um, about wanting to have children, the ability to have children, already having children, or not wanting to have children. But it's that's one of the things that feels like they're thinking about, and that's their one of their things they're thinking about. I don't know about this. We've got the full card, which there is this energy here because this is new beginnings, um, new, like without expectations, wanting to be able just to have not have intentions and grow forward, which is funny because they have so many expectations, but what they want from someone is someone that doesn't have any, you know, because they're afraid they won't live up to someone else's expectations. And that's one of the things. And they have in their mind that you have a lot of expectations. Like, and you want intentions, you have like how things are supposed to go and be and blah, 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 which you may not, I think we maybe mentioned this before, like you may not have any communicated hardly anything, but they already had him in their head before you even met you that everyone has these many expectations and that you have this too. But it's this mirroring, right? And I feel like that's important to know that what they're thinking in their head, whether, about what is not matching up to their expectations, has nothing to do with you because you're a mirror. Any any not meeting expectations has to do with how they feel about themselves, nothing to do with you. And so when we ask that question, it's really important to realize that, you know, what if other people feel we didn't live up to something, that's not about us, it's about, what they're seeing. If you ever walk into, like, a bathroom, a public bathroom, and they got the big mirrors on in front of the sinks, and if you walked in and someone was going, "And I don't like this about you, and this about you, and that's about you," that's a clear picture of how life really is. We're just this giant mirror. We don't even know what they're seeing because we're the mirror. We'd have to be outside looking in to see what they're seeing reflected. We don't. All we know is we're a mirror and they're looking at us, pointing, going blah, 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 blah. But there's three fingers pointing back at them. So it's more about what's going on inside them than what's going on inside you. And it's important to know that because we can spend all our lives wondering what people think about us and how we're falling short and blah, blah, blah. But really, what we learn the more about ourselves from is what we see when we look at other people. Because again, three fingers pointing back at us. So if I feel like they're being fickle, they're being stupid, whatever, it's like, oh, how am I being stupid? How am I being fickle? Right? It's always a mirror. But, just so you know, like, what's going on over in their head, even though it has nothing to do with you, we can go and tell you this stuff, but it has nothing to do with you. This is all about them, right? So, too many expectations, uh, it scares me. I just don't want any expectations. And it's like, well, that's what they want from themselves, but they can't see that yet. The third thing is the 2 of Pentacles. And this comes back to that, this, um, I don't know, again, this is that mirage energy, right? Where we're talking about that always comparing, and it's a constantly changing list, because it's all about, let's see, what are they showing me? Because 'Cause they're talking about, well, you don't have the kind of hair and, um, it doesn't look like the style that I'm really attracted to. And, I really like this color eyes and I like this kind of figure and, this kind of body and this and there's all this, again, this dream of it's a movie star, right? That um gets adjusted on screen, It's like, that's not what they look like every day, that's after they spent time in a makeup chair, right? And they've been, the girdles and the whatever, the Spanx, whatever they call them, where it's all this stuff they're formulated where they're like, "Oh god, I can't breathe," But it's all this unobtainable things, but they've got that in their head, right? And they're comparing us to an unrealistic thing, and I feel like that's the most important thing that spirit wants you to know is this isn't about you, this is about the misconceptions and how they view themselves projected outward, right? What was their internal response for you not responding to him today? I got the Page of Pentacles. We've got the Seven of Pentacles. And we got the World card. The Page of Pentacles is, you know, feeling like, well, there'll be other opportunities. I don't feel like it's just a day, you know. They're like, "Oh, you must be busy." They're patient with the 7 of Pentacles. I feel like they're waiting for a response. They're like, "No, no, no rush," but the World card, is this energy of, you know, ending of a cycle, the beginning of new adventures. They have this. I'm just sitting in their feelings here because it's like, on one hand, it's like, well, if it ends, then I will have other opportunities with other people too. They're like, it's not the end of the world. And just I start over. I start looking for someone else. I start looking for something. I feel like they're used to being ghosted or people stop responding because I feel like, again, this comparison of the two, that's there. Um, you know, and I just feel like they're patient and letting things unfold because they're not in a big rush to get anywhere because again, they always have this, well, what if this other person shows up? This mirage. What if this mirage becomes real, right? So, I don't feel like they were upset by it or anything like that. And but they're used to people stopping communicating with them. And that's one of their safety things like we talked about earlier, right? They have this, well, this will keep me safe. And if people stop and do it, okay, well, that meant that this wasn't the one for me. They kind of are in that uh, convincing themselves of that kind of energy here, right? Um, yeah. So, and if you were, not responding to him to get him to change or anything, that's not going to work. That's not a game that they play. Um, if people stop responding, then they just stop responding too, um, and they're like, "All right, on to the next." They don't, uh, they can't be manipulated into, doing any actions. You can't. They don't want to be controlled, and they won't let people try to control them through, you know, giving them the silent treatment or anything like that. They're like, that don't work on them. Right. Your fortune cookie, yeah, because this is what they're looking for, right? They're looking for unconditionally loving, giving, and receiving affection, falling in love. It's like this movie scene, right? Oh, it's going to be this. They have this romanticized version of how it's supposed to be. It's like life ain't no romantic novel. It's reality. It don't unfold like that. If you're looking at it like it's what I feel like they're looking at, falling in love like it happens on screen, and it's like, that ain't real, and they pay those people a lot of money to pretend that ain't real, right? So, hopefully that helps. All right. So that's what they have for you, Alice. Thank you again for your donations. Appreciate that. All right, Rose, thank you so much for your donation. Let's get you on the list here. So you'll be up next here at 452.29. There we go. And thank you. I give your donation a love and a like since it lets me, and you'd like a general. You're welcome, Alice. Hang in there. I know. But it's a reflection for us too, you know, when we see something, how is that inside me somehow, right? It's all about growth. All right, let me take a quick sip here, Rose. All right. So, what does Spirit want you to know right now? Let's see what we got here. We got this. Ooh, and two. That was a surprise. Little one below the surface. We'll see what that's about. I got these two. This one here, and these two here. All right. What do we got? Got 122 112. It's like hopscotch. Let's see what we got. So bottom of the deck, you do have the 9 of swords here. 9 of swords it's like a nightmare and insomnia card, but it's also a card of, you are exhausted trying to live up to other people's expectations, and And you're, like, in this energy of, "I am," because the 10 of swords is, "I am done. I'm sick and tired. I'm putting all these expectations out." No. And so you are on the verge of this, "I'm just tired of this, trying to invest so much." I also feel with all this we got all this dream energy that's going on. In fact, you've got one you'll get the last dream card. This dream ritual deck we've been talking about, but we've also got Mercury moved into Pisces last night into retrograde. We're in Pisces season where we got all this um, eclipse energy has us having vivid dreams. And throughout this deck, it was talking about when we have nightmares, if you've been having any intense dreams, it's your heart and your inner child and your spirit all bringing it up to get your attention to show you that there's something to be looked at, something to be released, something to be let go of that's in a way been haunting you, not like a ghost or a spirit, but like an emotion or some old memories, kind of energy I feel coming in here. And whatever's being brought up into that is because it's time for you to um, begin to let go of it. And this is the timing of it. Let's see what they tell you here. Yeah, you've got the inner conflict with the Five of Swords. So there is something here, battle going on between your head and your heart. But this does feel like that has something to do with the conflict that you had in your life. We'll find out more about it here as we hop down this little hopscotch energy here. But it feels like there's some sort of, again, it's something that's just been, and it goes back to earlier in your life, I feel, and it's just been rippling out over and over and over and over in your life in different ways. Let's see what they'll tell us more about here. Yeah, I feel here it has to do with some sort of 10 of Pentacles as a relationship energy. Seven of Pentacles, again, more physical world energy, but this is about something that took a while. And it's like, it could be that, someone chose to walk away if this resonates because one of the meanings of the Son of Pentacles that they're bringing to me is after seeing the fruit, they were like, well, this isn't really what I want. And kind of this walking away energy. And And this could do with family with this 10 of Pentacles. This could even go back to childhood of if a parent left or, um, it could be some abandonment energy if that resonates at all there. But it feels like that kind of experience that happened that's just kind of been reverberating. Yeah. Yeah, we have the moon here. So there's a lot of hidden energy here, emotions deep below the surface that are in here. And the Ace of Cups, which is the journey of self love um, and a very emotional energy. And this is what I feel like this is the path of your self love. This is awareness. And I feel like this is why it's filling up because there is this emotional movement within you and your spirit and you're focusing on letting go of emotions that no longer serve you and you're wanting to move up. I feel like there's with this full moon energy coming up on this lunar eclipse on March 3rd, which is release energy. I feel like there is this emotional release that is coming in here and that you can really use that tomorrow, actually at midnight tonight in a couple hours. I'll have a making the most of the full moon energy for Virgo will be coming out. It talks about release energy and affirmations. So something that you can look at there if this all resonates, because there is this release energy that can come up here for this full moon, especially. And it's a lunar eclipse, which we're in the eclipse season. So it's big release energy. It's a great opportunity that we can use that for. And I feel like that is what a big piece of, this reading is about is a release of some old emotions. So let's see what else we've got here too. Yeah, we got the 7 of swords. So this is the deceiver that beliefs that have stolen things out of our life. So the 7 of swords is becoming aware of that, which having felt like lied to or um but it's a lot has to do with our own stories that were created because of this, which, if we had a parent that left when we were younger or felt abandoned by someone, with this energy, we would develop this mindset of, I'm not good enough. And it could be below the surface, like, no, I'm good enough. But if we have trouble with some things coming in, I feel like this is all coming up to have some release so that the floodgates can be open and we can draw love, we can draw abundance, whatever we feel is being held back or this feeling of loss, it's allowing this. This will allow it to be released and come in. Yeah. Got the Queen of Cups. So this is definitely a lot of emotional energy. She not only rules over the emotional cup suit with water energy, with the king, all queens get a second portion of water cups energy. So she's the master of emotion, the ruler of emotion. And I feel like this is what they're just confirming. This is all allowing this opening this clog of emotion to open up, which will impact your psychic abilities, your empathic abilities, your spiritual abilities, because that comes through the heart. And there's this clog that it's time to remove so you can go to the next level. So I really like that for you. Which is leading you to, yeah, we have this stepping away with the Hermit card, connecting to your higher self and spirit, and this is the alchemy. This is something that's been being worked on, and this is being guided with spirit. You're not alone in it. They will guide you and help you with it too. So I really like this, release energy that's coming in here. Um, yeah, because we've got this on the bottom of the deck under the 9 of swords. What comes in is a change of energy with the 10 of swords. I mean, 10 of wands. It's the ending of the old ways you're investing energy, seeing it as burden, turning it into abundance, which opens you up again to the high priestess who dives deep into the emotions, like the moon card, and brings it up. So you got the Queen of Cups, the high priestess, and the moon, all this emotional um, something below the surface that's coming up to be released. So hopefully all this resonates for you. I want to look at this dream card and see what this last one is. After out of all the deck, because I've been using this dream ritual all last weekend and we're finishing it up tonight. You get the last card. So it's always fun to see what ends up happening with this. The messages because it's so synchronistic that it's the last one, right? So let's see what it is here. Oh, wow. So we've got forgive. I know. Oh, the F word. But one of the wonderful ways I've heard forgiveness described is choosing to no longer be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, that I'm choosing to pour out the pain, pour out the wrath, not forgetting. We're not going to let anyone do it again, right? But I'm releasing the wrath and pouring the pain out so that I can be a vessel of love. And I love that because it makes it about for me. Forgive is for me, not for them, right? Because they probably don't even remember. But let's see what this brings in here. Is this in the back? Yep, there it is. So it says studies repeatedly confirm that forgiveness is good for your holistic health, lowering the risk of stress and disease and levels of anxiety and depression. And as your attitude during the day is reflected in your dreams, forgiveness is soul food for your dreams too. It reduces the risk of negative imagery and increases the chances of uplifting, healing, and inspiring dreams. So we had the nightmare and insomnia card, right? And then forgiveness helps get rid of the nightmare. Isn't that interesting? Anger, bitterness, fear, and regret are all damaging emotional energies that block the loving vibration of lunar power. There may well be people in your life whom you find hard to forgive, but the reason this dream ritual focuses on the art of self forgiveness is because forgiving others can't happen unless you forgive yourself first. The way you connect to others mirrors the way you connect to yourself. If you practice self forgiveness and look to your dreams for understanding and healing, you will find that forgiveness of others follows on naturally. Self forgiveness can take time, especially if you've built up a negative self image and have a habit of negative self talk. However, understanding that no human is perfect. We are all works in progress, and every night your dreams are working hard to help you heal and forgive yourself and others is mighty healing for all the relationships in your life. And this dream ritual shows that forgiveness is not about intentions or words. Forgiveness is a conscious choice you need to make for yourself. As soon as you find the fortitude to address the critical and harsh voice within you and choose to speak kindly to yourself, you begin to feel lighter in body, mind, and soul. You may well find yourself flying higher and higher in your dreams, too. Your mantra is, "My dreams absolve me." And I'm gonna read since this is the last of these cards anyway, I'm gonna read the, ritual, which is forgiving yourself and others. So during the day, find a piece of blank paper, a pen, and an envelope. If you have a good old-fashioned letter writing paper, that would be ideal, like stationery. Ooh. It says, "Write a brief letter to yourself about anything you don't like about yourself, or something you've done that you regret or that wasn't in your best interests." As you write, understand that to err is human, and the only way to learn and evolve is to make mistakes. Sometimes growth hurts. Then put the letter in the envelope and wait until darkness falls and you can see the moon. Here's that moon energy again. Ideally, in the waning phase of the lunar cycle. Go outside and gaze at the moon and feel the deep and loving connection absolving you. Tell yourself you are where you need to be in your life. Then tear up the letter, and as you do so, ask your dreaming mind to send you healing dreams. Make this moment a turning point for you to move forward and let self forgiveness be a dominant theme in both your waking life and your dreams. Wow. Powerful. So, hopefully, that resonates for you there, Rose. But that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation. I love the 888 flow and release energy with those numbers too. So thank you again so much. All right. So I think that was it for donations. So we're going to jump back to finish up the free readings. And then we will finish that up as my voice is trying to leave. Maybe good timing here, right? Let me throw in a throat lozenge here. Take a sip too. I've been talking for 5 hours now, so that could be why. All right. Just put in a little lozenge here. Lemon. All right. So this here. So up next, we got Livier Vagata. Hello, Livier. Thank you for sending your email here. So you wanted a general for the coming week. Let's see what we got here. So we've got this one and this one. So for the coming week, oh, nice. So we got some great clarity coming in here with the Knight of Swords, questing after seeing things from a higher perspective, cutting away some small T truths. We have the Ten of Cups, which is about, what brings me joy, what truly brings me joy is a lot of clarity that comes in. It's also about relationship energy. The Ten of Cups can represent that. Um, and that's part of it all, right? Because sometimes we think that, oh, it is relationships that are going to make me feel fulfilled and whole and happy when it ain't. But you're getting a lot of clarity, from the higher realms, seeking to see what is it that does bring me joy, true joy, not, you know, contentment like well, I've this makes me feel at least like accomplished. It's like, no, what brings me that true sense of joy? And I do feel like that is a lot of what is coming in here for you. But overall around joy, but relationship too, and just some great um, clarity. Your fortune cookie says, take care of your rarity, which I like this. It's about take care of your uniqueness, being true to your authentic self, right? It's not about, well, who do I have to become so, other people will feel good about me or desire me or whatever, be happy with me. But what's my rarity? What's my uniqueness? And I feel like that's an important energy for you this week too, is not to let that drift away. So I like that. And identify it. What is unique about you? What do you feel is rare about you? Maybe journal around that. I like it. Right. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. Many blessings to you. Right. Dream stays. You are up. Here is your timestamp. Hello, hello. So, what does Spirit need you to know about your new relationship? All right. So, what they feel is good for you to know right now. What can you know about this here? Yeah, I like this. The Hermit card here, you're better off alone. No, I'm just kidding. But the Seven of Cups is there's a lot of emotions we feel in a relationship, and none of them are wrong. They all show relationships are beautiful in showing us what we want to see about ourselves. And when emotions rise, and you're going to have a bunch of different emotions that come up, both higher vibration and lower vibration, that those are happening inside of you and those are for you. They don't tell you about the other person, they tell you about you. So your emotions are yours. So if you feel something that you're like, ugh, I don't like that, that's not them making you feel a certain way. That's you feeling something, and feelings are flags that something can be looked at inside of you if you want to. The Hermit card isn't about you're better off alone. It's that if you're not happy alone, you can't be happy with someone else. And so there is this energy about, you know, realizing that someone can't make you happy. Happiness is an internal job. We can make it easier or harder for each other to choose to be happy, but ultimately, we're the ones that make the choice. If someone's, in your face going, "Bah, bah, 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 bah," it's hard for you to choose self-love in that moment. We can still do that, or we can whoosh, no, don't do that. Just, um, we can come back and realize that we're the ones that have to be happy with ourselves. And when we take responsibility for that and stop blaming other people for making us feel a certain way, we can really communicate We can really own our own emotions, don't own their emotions, realize their are their own, mine are my own. Only thing I can do in a relationship is to make it easier for the other person to choose self-love. But you can give someone the world and they can still choose to be unhappy. Realize you can't make them happy, they can only make themselves happy. You can only make yourself happy. And then if you're both happy individually, you can be happy, experience that happiness together. But it's not because each of you are making each other happy, it's because you're choosing to be happy, right? So important energy. I like that. Your fortune cookie is do not worry about where you have been or where you're going. Yeah, don't worry about the past or the future. Enjoy the now, right? And that's important, If I'm grateful for what I'm experiencing now, I get more. If I'm focusing on what's not happening, then I get more of not happening. Expectations suck the life out of a relationship. As little expectations as possible, you have abundance, right? Because if you have expectations, you feel behind and you're working all this just to get up to zero, then you're gonna have start having abundance. The heart, no expectations, abundance right away. The mind, ton of expectations, always in lack, and because we can never get up to here. If we ever do, we're at 0. Yay. Alright, so that's what they have for you, Dream States. Thank you again for your patience and getting to your guys' readings. I know it's been like 5 hours, but I'm grateful, and so grateful that I'm able to offer free readings. So, and reminder, give me a thumbs up if you are enjoying your free readings or all of your readings. It does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. So I'm very grateful for that. All right, Jazz, you are up. 5:15:56. Here is your timestamp. So you'd like to ask guidance from your spirit team regarding your workplace, joined a new team and job a few months ago. All right. Well, congratulations for that. So, guidance on the workplace. What would they like you to know, or what guidance would they like to bring forward for the workplace here? Got this one and this one. All right. Yeah. Got it. Expectations equal disappointment with the Three of Swords. And the Ace of Swords is about seeing things from a different perspective. There's great energy in this because, you know, one piece of guidance is that you can't, not you can't, um, you're you're different from everyone else, as is everyone else. We think everyone is like us and organized like us, have the same drive, the same ideas of what kind of work ethic and blah 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 blah, right? All this stuff about life that there's, you know, everyone thinks the same, and we don't. And when we realize everyone's an alien from a different planet, everyone thinks differently, everyone, um, has different ways of doing things. When we're able to accept that and release ourselves from what we think are supposed to be, should be, need to be's, and release everyone else from it, we can focus again on what we love about our job, what we love about ourselves, what we love about others, focusing on what we like about everyone. We get more of that. We focus on how everyone's not doing things right and they should do things differently and blah, 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 blah. Gosh, that just it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and more frustrating, right? But this is a mind game. It's a story, right? Because we're taught growing up, all this means this. It's an opinion, but the Ace of Swords is the power to change the story. I can look at things differently. Instead of looking at someone's actions as "bleh," I can look at what do I like about what they're doing? What gift is in this for me? And this helps us get along with people and work with people when we realize everyone's different. The thing we have in common, everyone wants to be loved, everyone has their own dream. And when you realize that everyone's actions have nothing to do with us, they're thinking about what their dreams are. They're fearing, having their own fears, their own focus. They're not thinking about us as much as we think, "Oh, everyone must be thinking about me." No, everyone's thinking about themselves. The only time they think about us is when we're interfering with their dream. And so, when we realize that, we can be like, "Oh, how am I doing that?" Right? So, hopefully that helps. I feel like that's some guidance that they can bring in here for you. Let's see what your little wisdom within card says here. What else would like to give you? Whatever you decide, it will be the right decision. Yeah, I like that. That's saying there's no wrong or right decisions. I know these don't focus. There's just different. If we look at better, worse, right, wrong, all that judgment and comparison. But when we look at, that their choice is different than mine, not um, wrong or right. Mine's not right, theirs isn't wrong. Mine's not wrong, theirs isn't right. They're just different, and that's okay. We can learn from each other. We can get curious about people instead of judging them, right? So I feel like that's what they have there for you, Jazz. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings. All right, Cat Mia, you're up. Meow meow. Here's your timestamp. There you are. Guidance on 4-layer thing that you're working on. All right, what's this 4-layer thing? What guidance here? Yeah. So we've got here, seeing things from a different perspective with the Hanged Man. Trust the process, trust transformation, and let go of expectations with the 10 of swords. This is the old ways don't work anymore. New ways. Very Aquarius energy I'm getting from these combination of cards, even though this is Neptune energy with the Hanged Man. It's more of the dream world. And I feel like getting out of your head of the 10 of swords, getting into your heart and the dream world. We've been having a lot of these dream oracle. And I do feel like there is this, you know, your dreams. And I feel like we talk about that a lot, right? Your dreams, especially right now with Mercury moving into Pisces, and we're in Pisces season, all Neptune energy. And getting out of this thing. This thing restricts us and makes us try to think logically. But in the dream world, as we were just reading in some of these oracle cards tonight, the dream ones, logic don't exist so much. We fly and all this stuff happens in our dreams, that they'll show you things in your dreams. And if you ask, especially your dream mind and your heart, show me how we can, um, you know, transform this and change this and work through this with this 4-layer thing. And I feel like that they'll give you guidance in the dream world. But it's the old ways don't work. It's Aquarius new ways of looking at things. But don't look here, right? In here, through the projection of um the movie screen in our head. You can even have some daydreaming, lucid dreaming kind of energies that come in. All right. Let's see what else you have here for your fortune cookie. What are some actions you can take to move this stagnant energy? Ooh. So move stagnant energy. What are some ways? Energy work, even physical action, but it's mental energy movement, emotional energy movement, spiritual energy movement, physical energy movement. 4 layers. The 4 elements, right? Fire, earth, air, and water. The spiritual energy, those are the 4 energies, right? So moving them can help as well. So, ooh, I love that, Katmia. So there you go, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings. Right. And Kita Moore, you are up 5, 23, 32. Look at this. Mirroring of the 2332. So your free reading, you've been bonding good with the person in mind. Will I grow long-term good friendship with them? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies. All right, thank you. What else? All right. Ooh, you got two fives. You got the major arcana five of the Hierophant and the five of pentacles. No, you will not have a long-term good friendship. I'm sorry. These fives are stepping stones. Um, so they're not permanent. They're a temporary growth energy. You're really learning a lot with this five of pentacles, which is our beliefs in lack and feeling abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, that kind of energy. And it helps transform it. So you do learn a lot from each other. The Hierophant is seeing things from a higher perspective, but they're also the ruler of change. And so I do feel like you guys aren't meant to be long-term good friends, but you will be good friends for a little bit, to learn from each other and glean from each other. But something happens where they have to go somewhere else. So your friendship doesn't stay as close because of distance. I do feel like they end up moving away and are required to move away somewhere. So, but you do learn a lot. It's like a stepping stone energy. Oh, or maybe you'll be moving because you got where you're going, not all can follow. So either you're moving or they're moving, but this seems like you're moving. Someone's moving. That makes it they can't follow and you can't follow. So that's when it kind of drifts apart. But you do learn a lot from each other and have a lot of great fun times. So enjoy it. Enjoy the now with them, not the permanency energy. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings. All right. And then we've got Blueberry. You are up. I know, finally. Here's your timestamp. What's coming up for you next? All right. Based on current energy, what's headed your way? What does Spirit want you to know here? Sorry, I'm crunching my chair on here. Sorry. Crunching my throat lozenge. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize there was that much left. Must be getting hungry. All right. So you got the Five of Wands and the Four of Cups. It's an interesting energy here because there's something that happens here. This is kind of friends drama energy that brings around some changes. And you do have the Four of Cups here, which is, you were kind of, it feels like there was some friends with these three cups that were empty, that maybe we've been around a long time and it's just wasn't bringing what you were needing anymore. And that happens, our energies change. People evolve and go in different directions. Sometimes we stay and hang out together out of obligation. But this Five of Wands, it's like this spark comes in. And there is like kind of this parting of ways. And it's designed because these are being removed to give room for something new to come in here that is more in alignment with your energy, more in alignment with where you're at in your life. And because we can only have so much room in our life for emotional energy being expressed, when others are removed out, it's for us and it's for them too. They'll get people that are more in alignment with their energy, and we'll get more people in alignment with our energy on purpose for us, for each other. And so with this conflict, this change of friendship energy that feels like it's coming in or has already happened, you might already have lost one or two. And I don't feel like maybe you necessarily have to lose three, but that's what the Three of Cups kind of realizes. I mean, indicates that there's some change that comes in, and there is this movement away. But it's to open that up for someone new to come in that matches your energy, and then it feels like, I don't know, like two peas in a pod. um, someone who understands and has been through a lot of transformation like you have, that you can kind of just click where others may not have understood. It's almost like unspoken, like they just get it. And I like that for you. Yeah, and you're always in the right place at the right time, so you will bump into them at the right time, at the right place. Um, so just know that it's coming, and that's what's coming next for you, is to meet this, individual. I don't feel like it's, like, romantic, at least not yet. I just feel like you meet this person and you become 2 peas in a pod, and I don't necessarily feel like it goes into something romantic. But, I definitely feel like this best friend kind of energy that comes in. All right. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Lee Hutton, you are up. I know. And you got 53003 is yours. So thank you for your patience getting to your reading. You want to know any twin flame for you in this lifetime? Twin flames are really quite rare, at least the way Spirit explains twin flames to me. Everyone probably has different definitions, of course, but let's take a look here. I don't feel so here. Queen of Flames here, I feel is more you. And the Four of Cups energy coming in here. Feel like these are like representing, I just put this card back in. I can't believe it came out already, but 3 cups are like some old relationships, some old energies that you've had before. You do have a love in this lifetime, but not a twin flame. And I think I might have the video here somewhere. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm gonna give this to you. If you'd like to check it out here, Lee, I'll put it in your um, underneath your timestamp in case you snuck out. If you're not here right now, I'll put it. It's messages from your soulmate, soul partner, twin flame, and it talks about what a soulmate is, what a soul partner is, and what a twin flame is. And I do feel like with this Four of Cups that you don't have like a absolute person that you were going to end up with in this lifetime. Some lifetimes we choose like there'll be one person and they'll be strung across every path, every possible path, because it's fated that we wanted to end up in this relationship to work through things and experience things that we've pre-agreed to. Those are, in this iteration and timeline of humanity, has become less and less. We've really like possibilities, and this is what this energy is bringing me, is that we have all these possibilities, stepping stones, um, and that based on where, if I choose this direction, I end up with this person. If I choose this direction, I'll end up with this one. If I choose these, I'll end up with this one. And I feel like you've gone enough in a direction in your life. Like in the beginning of our lives, we kind of go, whoa, 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 all over the place. Like, oh, this one. Oh, now it's going to be this one. Oh, it's this one. Nope, it's this one now. I feel like you've gone enough into one chosen with all these that unless you have an extreme brain injury or something where you end up choosing a completely different life, that you would end up with this person. But right now, I feel like you're like securely 99% going to end up with this individual because of the choices that you're making. It would have to make some drastic changes to take you back into other territory. But it's not a twin flame. If you watch that video, by that definition, this feels more soul partner, someone that you'll end up with for the rest of your life, kind of energy that's coming in there. So I like that for you. But definitely check out that video. And then let's grab your fortune cookie here. All right. And this says, yeah, I like this. I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. So you're on the right path. There's no wrong path, but you're on this path, you're just trust that you're making the decisions that you're following your heart, you're following your guidance, and you will end up with this individual right now. Not like right now, but eventually, as you're heading up there. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Hey, Maximilian. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. Well, that is all of the donations, all of the free readings. So we have completed everything. Maximilian, if you want a donation for a deep dive read, you can make that, or if a quick free reading, because the elevator doors are closing. So if you'd like to have a reading, post your question, and you'll be my last one for this session. I am on Wednesday through Sundays, starting at 5 p.m. Mountain Time. If you guys haven't got into my giveaway, I do have a giveaway every new moon and full moon. So next week on March 3rd, I do have a drawing on the full moon. I'm giving away to one person a 30-minute person recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges, whichever they prefer. And then if you check out that video, that'll tell you how to get into the drawing. And I will post a video on March 3rd for the giveaway. So that is that. Also, tomorrow, actually, what is it, 10:30, in a couple hours, I will be having making the most of the full moon energy for the lunar eclipse. So be sure to check that out to find out how you can make the most of that release energy and affirmations. And then also, I have the Easier Path is my podcast. If you want to check that out to find out how you can make your path an easier one, that's the most recent one, which is Peace Interrupted, but the playlist is in the description area of the video as well. So if you want to check it out, check it. All right, Maximilian, thank you so much for your donation. Greatly appreciate that. Let me get you on the list here. So your 5:36:30 is your timestamp. So I'm glad you made it. Before the doors close, we'll give that donation a love and a like. It's a mighty bright pink. Wow. So will you get hired by a company in like 30 days? Maximiliano. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not Maximilian. It's Maximiliano. All right. Let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, will you get hired by a company in like 30 days? Let's take a look here. So we've got these two. That'll be a yes or no. And what advice do they have here regarding your job search here? All right. Well, that's it here. All right. Well, at the bottom of the deck, we do have the Ace of Pentacles. That's a positive energy. That's a brand new, speaking new opportunity. So that looks like a good thumbs up energy. Let's see what actually comes in here. Yeah, I like it. You do have the actual, answer for the cards, because that's the bottom of the deck. That's your overall energy. This is a brand new beginning. The full card, the 0. Brand new adventure, brand new beginning, sets a positive yes energy. And the 3 of Pentacles, which is about collaboration and teamwork and togetherness. So I like this. In actually somewhere that you can be creative and true to your authentic self too. So I like this. It's a very positive energy. But I feel like part of a team, definitely here. So I like that. Let's see what else they can give us here. Yeah, and I feel like you've been struggling for a little bit, right, with this 9 of Wands. You can see the bandage on their head, hitting your head up against a wall over and over again. But I like the perseverance because you're about to step through this block and be able to move forward. So they're saying that it was worth it because the block was there to keep you from going into companies that wouldn't have been good experiences, that there was hidden things, and they wouldn't have ended up well for you, and so you were being held back from different things, but this one that's coming up here for you, is for you. You do have the 4 of Pentacles. It feels like somewhere that feels like home. It is a solid foundation. There might even be something where you can work from home, or work remotely with this 4 of Pentacles, or it's something that feels like home. So it's either from home or somewhere that feels like home, is the energy that comes in here. Very solid foundation, um, that comes in. Good money with the 4 of Pentacles too, so we like that. You also have the Chariot card, which is victory, movement, power of choice energy too. Let's see what the one underneath here. Yeah, looks like you're gonna have the choice between 2 different companies, 2 different job offers here, and I feel like the one um that you'll know which one, you know, with this 4 is the 4 of Pentacles. The one that feels like home is the one that you'll know, because I feel like you'll have 2, and one of them's gonna be like, "Oh, yeah. This is, this one feels like home. So this is the one. I know that this is the one I want, right? Um, how soon? Let's see here. Well, it's going to be within the next 30 days because that was your question. So we know that. Let's see. Anything else? Can we have any more information? I'll do one of these when cards. See if they'll give us anything here. No, we've got something about at the holidays. This isn't Christmas. Do you have any holidays coming up where you're at in your country? Because I feel like it's something, and it has to be a holiday within the next 30 days. Because I feel like it's gonna be around that here. Oops, all these cards fell out here. Yeah. It looks like here it's something about on a Friday too. Yeah, you'll check, right? I'm like, what is the holiday coming up here? I don't know what country you're in, but I feel like it's here, and it's like on a Friday is when you get notification, um, of that that you got the job. But I like this. It feels like it's definitely within the next 30 days, but then it said on a holiday. So hopefully that resonates. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, I don't think that was it here. All right. Oh, here it is. I was like, I was going to go to another one right here. Yeah, I like it. It's important here. You've got doubts and lonely, negativity, not hopeful, discontentment. Oh, 23rd and 24th of March. Yeah, so there you go. Boom. I love that. So it might be toward the end, but you'll get it. And is that one of those a Friday? Maybe not. But maybe that's when you start the job. I feel like you will get notified around the holiday, that's in there. But I feel like it's important here with this energy here. Yeah, I feel like that sometimes that, you know, one of our energies that can help is if I focus on, I need it, I want it, I must have it. What if I don't get it? That energy actually pushes things further away. But if we focus on what am I grateful for? If I'm not in a job now, which obviously you're looking for a job, right? You can focus on what am I grateful for in the jobs that I have had. Of course, you don't have to be grateful for the entire job, but what specifically do you remember that you're grateful for in the previous jobs? Because that energy of gratitude opens us up to receive, brings the tide toward us. Whereas when we're focusing on lack and want and need and fear, we actually make it more difficult. The tide goes out, which makes it hard for something to come toward us. So the changing of, trusting that, you can give it to the universe, the creator, they're on your side. that they are bringing you the perfect opportunity in the perfect timing in the perfect way. And the more grateful and gratitude you have for what you have received, it draws it in faster for you too. So I love that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maximiliano. I love it. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Undo that. There we go. Oh, I don't think it's doing this right. Hold on. There. I think that's better there. Yeah, absolutely. So thank you again. Good to have you here. Hopefully we'll see you some more. All right. Hey, Brittany, I will squeeze you in. The elevator doors were closing, as I've been on for 5 hours and 45 minutes, but you'll be my last though. I do have to cut it off at some point, and so we'll make you my last. Not the least, but the last. So, Brittany, we got you at 5:45:04. You do. Have a great day. All right. So, Brittany, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Whoa. Evidently, they did want to speak with you. Card came flying out of the deck. All right. Wow. This card I put in, and I've got it like on the last three readings. I put them all in separate places too, but you got the Four of Cups and the Empress card. And this energy feels it feels like about relationship energy because the Empress card is about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, really focusing on self love. And it's just showing here, you know, we've been in these relationships and these can see how bored they are. They're like, ugh, I don't want to keep doing what I've always done and getting what I've always gotten. I want a higher love, but this is self love. And it's a great energy because it tells you that, you are the one you're looking for, right? Every relationship in the outside world is a reflection of our self love. And as we raise our love vibration, as we let go of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us anymore, those that are binding and blinding and bounding and make us feel small and restricted, let those thoughts and beliefs go that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, energy that doesn't serve us anymore, even things in our physical world that don't serve us anymore. We're clearing away, making space for the new, the higher, because as you're cutting these things away, these opinions and old thoughts, you're raising your love vibration and you won't then draw in things. Because if we stay low vibration, doing what we've always done, we get what we've always gotten, and we draw that stuff in. But as we raise our vibration, we don't attract these things anymore. We attract something that matches that energy. And I love this that it feels like you have been working on your love, your self-love, and you've been raising it. And this is a time I feel like for love right now it's nurturing yourself, giving yourself the love because you out of everyone deserve your self-love more than anyone, where you get to fill up and overflow like a chalice, not looking for love on the outside world, but filling up from the inside. It changes your whole perspective of the love of the outside world because the love you're looking for is in here. You are the love you've been looking for, right? You're the love of your life. Once you fill up and overflow, then the love of the outside world, we don't stop wanting it. We just stop needing it. And when we're full from the inside overflowing, that love of the outside world goes from feeling lacking and falling short and blah to above and beyond extra. It becomes overflow, and it feels this wonderful energy, right? Yeah, you're married, right? So, and this is it's great because, it doesn't mean that, you are gonna look for someone outside your marriage, right? This because you're the love, and you're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna fill up with my love," and then that energy of, like, with anything we feel is lacking in them is not. It's well, in a way it is because the love we're looking for is unconditional and eternal, which we can only find in here. Humans can only offer us conditional temporary love because we all end up dying at some point in our life. So we're temporary. So they can't give us that. So they are lacking in that. And that's why we feel short. But once we find it on the inward and upward, It's like we're looking for a 10-course meal that comes with 2 desserts, and all the outside world can offer us is 3rd dessert, 4th dessert, 5th dessert. It's like a giant dessert bar out there, and, we can't find that. It's empty calories for our heart. Once we go inward and upward, we're like, "There it is, the 10-course meal with 2 desserts." Then we're full, but it doesn't mean that we stop wanting love in the outside world. We're just, because we can always make room for more dessert, right? So we can, you know, allow them to give us that love still, because we're like, yeah, bring it. But whereas before, if we were afraid someone was going to keep fifth dessert from us, now we're like, "Phew, I'm so full. I think you're doing me a favor. Thank you." It's not, "No, not my 5th dessert," 'cause if that's all we're eating, we think that's gonna fill us up for a moment, but it doesn't fill us up. So there is this wonderful, energy of finding that love and filling up on the inside, and then your whole relationship to everyone in the outside world changes because you're full here, and then it becomes abundant out there. So I love that for you. Let's see what your little fortune cookie says here. Oh no. Do you know when to leave? No, no, that doesn't mean you have to leave your marriage. But do we know when we can leave the old mindsets that don't serve us anymore, the emotions that don't serve us, the energy, the physical things? There's a lot of purging to make space for the love that we find on the inside. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Brittany. um, but that's what they have for you right now. So appreciate you. Hang in there. Enjoy your adventures of self-love. And you are very welcome. So I'm gonna head off, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. Of course, what tomorrow? Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 5 p.m. I'm on Sunday. I mean, Wednesdays through Sundays at 5 p.m. Mountain Time. So I shall return. Until then, remember every second of every day of your life, you're truly, eternally, and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you guys again, enjoy the eclipse dreaming we've got going on, this vivid dreaming, and have some fun. Why are we being so serious? It's a playground. Let's go play. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.